Yep.
Oh, yeah.
More hours.
More hours.
More FTE. So Peter's going to be a minute late, but we're going to start. And today is January 15th. So I will call the Brattleboro Selectboard meeting for Thursday, January 15th to order. It is a special meeting. And John, was the meeting properly warned?
Yes, it was. It was
Great.
24 hours.
Great. So we will dispense with all of these things except while we're waiting for Peter, who tells me he has been pulled over by the police somewhere, I will say, you know how I say to people, I can't see you when you're walking and please put a light on? Well, last night, or Tuesday night, when we left at midnight, I forgot to put my headlights on. And the cops pulled me over. And they said, "Gee, Chair McLaughlin, that was a late meeting. Don't you think you should put your lights on?" So I just want to say that you also can't be seen when you don't put your headlights on. And maybe you remember that when you're out walking.
Oh, yeah.
And now, pardon me? And bicycles, everybody. It's dark out there. And Peter's here, and we'll be. So we are dispensing with all these other preliminary items, and we will move directly to public participation. And if there's someone who has an item that they'd like to discuss that is not on tonight's agenda, please raise your hand. Yes.
Heidi Fisher, District 7. I just wanted to clarify, 2 weeks ago, or 2 meetings ago, not 2 weeks ago, when we were talking about the encampments, I made a comment about accountability and that we really need to think about, that I hadn't heard that in part of the conversation. And after the meeting, several people came to me who got what I was saying, and we had a discussion about it. And then it came to my awareness that other people totally misunderstood what I meant by that. So I just wanted to explain what I meant by that, which is I was talking about accountability of the people who are in the encampments and how they could be engaged to help solve the problem. I realize they're not always on the top of their game at the moment that that's happening, but I think we need some accountability from those folks as well, and rather the town taking all of the responsibility to improve these things. And that's what I meant by that comment, but I realize now several people have misunderstood what I meant, so I wanted to...
I knew what you meant, but thank you, Heidi. Dick?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I wanted to comment on... Isaac put a post up on Facebook about the budget session and the marathon that we were here. Peter asked me if that was a record. You're not even close to the record for time spent here, which I did inform him of. But I appreciate the people who have come to these budget meetings and participated, or if they've just come and sat here and listened. You can make comments on Facebook, but the reality is this is where you need to show up. It started back in October, and I appreciate all of those people. The other thing is that people were talking about the school budget. And the school budget is everybody's invited to that meeting. And the only thing you need to be able to do to vote is be a registered voter. And that meeting is held in March. And if you think that the budget's too high, then you go up there and you vote against it. Or if you're for education and you like the budget, then you go up there and support the budget. But either way, you get to go to that meeting instead of just throwing rocks at the wall and saying the budget's too high or whatever it is. So that is a true open meeting, something that's actually on our ballot in March, whatever happens with that happens with that. So just all those people that talk about the school budget, participate, go to the meeting. And here we are tonight, and the locals are here, the people that have been showing up all year, and I appreciate them coming. So thank you very much for those who continue to come, and hopefully those who complain about things, go to that budget and vote your conscience.
Chandra?
Wow.
Getting bombed.
It's been a while.
I
That
was
hasn't
gonna
happened
say,
in like
it's,
a whole year.
We'll make sure to change the link for next time.
All right, I apologize for that. As John just said, we'll make sure to change the call-in information so that hopefully it doesn't happen again. All right, let us go to the general fund budget discussion continuation. There was a list that we were going through. And the items to begin, Amanda, do you want to speak to the eliminate compost? Isn't that where we?
Yeah.
Are you thinking of
left
going in order like you did last time? Could you mind providing, Chair, just an overview of how the meeting's going to go like you did the last
Sure.
time?
Okay, so when we left, and I was of not sound mind at the time, but it was about midnight. Oscar mentioned that he wanted to begin with number 4, and there are a series then of bag-related questions, and then people may have some overall items. I know I have an overall item, and so that's what I consider the consensus of where we should be.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm wondering, the overall items, if they're impactful on the individual items, is there any opportunity to speak to those first?
Well, I'd be happy to talk about my overall item if you would like me to.
I mean, I just think that might, it's just helpful to know
Frame
what
the
whole
discussion.
Frame the discussion. What's
Sure.
the umbrella? What are the big multifaceted?
All right. Well, first I just want
ideas.
to say, while we're having this overall budget discussion, that at the chamber breakfast the other day, and thank you, Kate O'Connor, for that lovely chamber breakfast, Molly Burke was quite optimistic about the gas tax, a 1%, 1 penny tax or 1% tax?
So, it's, I think, a penny, but I haven't.
I think it's a penny on a gallon tax that would go to Brattleboro. And she said she was pleasantly surprised that there was a lot of enthusiasm for it up at the State House, including the Republican chair of the Transportation Committee. And so I want to thank her for that work. And I also want to commend John Potter, who's been working on this project for 2 years now. And the traction that it has would be very good for Brattleboro. Molly said that the enthusiasm was so great that she wanted to make sure that Brattleboro is one of the 5 towns in this trial period because we brought it up and it's important to us. And by way of saying that there were a number of things that the Selectboard has been working on all year with the legislators that would be beneficial to the budget as a whole. But my bright idea is, what we have in this list here is a series of cuts and additions. And, you know, we're struggling. And so what I would like to suggest is that if we took from 13 to 25 and looked at each of those items that we added back into the budget and decreased that addition by 10%, we could probably take a whole percentage off of the tax rate. And I think, you know, what we have here is all of these things added to the budget to be fiscally conservative. And that fiscal conservatism will remain even with 10% less of that amount. So, for example, the EMS reimbursement adjustment, instead of $250,000, it would be $225,000 and down the line. And so I think that we would be responsible, but also respectful of the taxpayers if we adjusted the budget in that way. John, am I correct in that it would probably reduce the budget by a tax rate by about 1%?
If you did 10% less on all of those, yeah, it would.
Yeah, so it would be the HVAC, and it would be the finance director, and then it would be the retaining walls, et cetera, and the CBA contingency. And so all of that probably comes to about $1 million. Do you know, John, how much that would come to?
I have 729.
729?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 729. And so that would be $72,900 if it was 10%.
I think that's
73,000 would be about 0.4%.
0.4.
Yep.
So I think would be a great way to start this meeting, to get ourselves on some sort of a reduced budget, reduced tax impact footing. And would you?
You want me to formulate a motion?
That would be swell.
Okay. All right. So I will move to lower all of our capital expenditures by 10%.
Great. Do you think we need to number those items? So that
I was
you're
just
all
about
clear
to
on
ask,
that?
All
could you be
so-
slightly more
All right, so
specific
it's-
with that
All
recommendation?
right, let me,
13.
so do we want to mention them or just,
Just say the numbers.
All right,
Well, we could say 13 HVAC.
all right, so I'll motion to lower all capital expenditures to include 13, the HVAC, 16, the finance director position, 17, the capital improvement spending for fire department
I don't
vehicle.
think we included that.
We did not.
We did not.
Okay, sorry.
I think we're down to 22.
22, to increase capital, 22, to increase the capital improvement spending for retaining walls, bridges, and bicycles. And then are we?
24 and 25.
And then the 24, hold the CBA contingency, and 25, EMS reimbursement.
Right. And we can think for a moment and just make sure that it does come up to
For
720.
For clarity, did you say 10% or 10,000 off of each?
10%.
10%.
Okay, so assuming that that's $72,900 is what it would come to be subtracted from the budget.
And, I won't go to bat for that math. That was done late at night by hand, so.
Okay.
But-
Well, I think,
I have what the new amounts would be, if you want
Right.
to hear what those are. So it would be, my understanding, the proposal would be backfilling the capital spending for the HVAC unit at $39,600. Funding a finance director position at $77,400. Increasing capital spending on retaining walls, bridges, and bicycles at $184,500. Holding out a CBA contingency of $207,000. And adjusting the EMS reimbursement by $225,000.
okay. So, Peter's made a motion. And I'd like to know what my colleagues, think of that.
Sure. My math is missing the 86K for the finance director. That's why it wasn't coming out.
Oh, okay.
So,
815.
I would love to save some money, but I can't go with you on this one. I mean, these are things where we've estimated their costs. We've given our best estimates, and to say we just hope it'll be less, we know the amount for the HVAC. There's no reason to think these numbers will actually be lower, except that it would be nice if they were. So I can't follow you on this one.
I mean, the HVAC, what we're talking about is $5,000 of a $26 million budget. I think that can be found. But we can find, we can see if we can get a finance director with an additional $77,000. We can, talk about the spending for capital improvements, the contingencies, and certainly the EMS. I mean, these are estimates, and I think that we can do the taxpayers a favor. And while all these measures are put into the budget to be fiscally conservative, we can still be fiscally conservative to a slightly lesser degree. Amanda?
I'm going to back up Oscar on this as well. The one when I asked about the CBA contingency, I asked John, could it be that? Could it be lower? Could it be higher? He said it's a guess, basically.
Yeah.
So if it were lower, then we have money to contribute back into one of our capital funds. If it's higher, then we'll have to still scramble for additional money for that. I think that the idea of doing this, though appealing for the tax bill, is not honest budgeting, and we have to be realistic.
Well, I think any honest budgeting is an estimate. What do we hear from this side? Isaac?
I concur with Amanda when she says honest budgeting and being realistic. Fiscal responsibility means that we are working with the numbers that are our best estimate of what things are going to actually cost, and making space for errors, which there have been in the past. We have been overly optimistic. We had an aspirational budget this past year. We have seen deficit spending in the past. We have seen drawing down on reserves. We made a commitment as a board in a 5-0 vote on April 15th that we were going to work over the next 10 years to restore our town's reserves. A 5-0 vote was a unanimous vote that we are going to prioritize the fiscal health of this town. And we are not doing that. And we made decisions at our last meeting that are moving us toward that. But this proposal sends us back. It sends us back by 10%. And so, no, we need to move forward for the long-term well-being of this town. Because it's not just this year, but it's also next year. And what are we leaving behind? What are we leaving for the next generation? So that's why I would oppose this, this suggestion of going back on what we agreed to last meeting. Thank you.
So if it was my turn to weigh in, here's what I would say.
It is your turn to weigh in, Peter.
So, I'm hearing things about honest budgeting. I'm hearing things about fiscal responsibility. Always sort of brings me back to, is fiscal responsibility merely just cutting? Is that fiscal responsibility? Is that fiscal responsibility to you? Is that fiscal responsibility to Amanda? Is that fiscal responsibility to Oscar? It's not fiscal responsibility to me. You can't sit here and continually cut without adding something in on the back end. So you both can sit here and espouse the words honest budgeting with 0 ways to back it up. You've got no way to back it up.
I'd love to respond to that, Peter. I do have a few revenue suggestions.
Amanda.
Yeah.
All right? You can sit here and you can knock the proposal, but what I see is some innovation in a way that we don't have to lose people, because people are the people who are going, these people are the people who are going to move revenue forward and do things like that. Is it a perfect solution? No. It's one of the better ones that I've heard that doesn't impact our bottom line with people and the folks that we need to advance fiscal responsibility forward. So, I mean, I would support this. I would hope that somebody else would have a change of heart, but, I don't, again, Oscar said it at the last meeting, I don't think anything's on here because it deserves to be cut or deserves not to be added. But if we're going to be fiscally responsible, I think these are the conversations we're having. And if you don't want to do it, that's fine. That's part of the process. But to sit here and talk about honest budgeting, given some of the things that have been chatted about in 5-0 votes about fiscal responsibility, I think it's a little bit of grandstanding. I guess I understand that, but I guess I don't too. So, yeah, I would support it.
Thank you, Peter. All right. Well, so Amanda, we're back to the compost. Oh, did you want to comment on what Peter said?
Well, I wanted to ask her, I have some ideas about revenue, and I wonder where that could come into the conversation tonight. When would be the best time to discuss it? Would it be
Knock
after
yourself out.
cutting
Say it now.
proposals?
If you wanted to have these preliminary discussions before we get to it, then now would be a good opportunity.
Okay. This is a question
Sorry,
for,
quick point of order. We do still have a motion on the table.
Oh, yeah. It's a motion.
All right. Does anyone from the public wish to talk about Peter's motion?
Unless Peter withdraws it, then you.
Unless are you going to withdraw it, Peter? You want to withdraw it?
No.
Okay, very good. Eric?
Eric Karen, District 7. Just 2 quick comments about what was stated about this 10% overall cut on these few things. I basically would like to mirror what I heard from Oscar, but in my own words would be that you folks worked hard for many hours, and the town manager, and I think you tried to give us the leanest numbers you could come up with, and to arbitrarily cut that by 10%, saying that, we'll be fine, would really damage your credibility. Because if you can do that easily, then you gave us false numbers. And that's very hard for me to swallow, that would have been done. The other thing I'd like to say is that if it is that easy to absorb 10%, then I think that Isaac's discussion about possibly giving department heads the option to reduce their budgets by 5% should be changed to 10%. Thank you.
Next. Anyone else? Dick?
I was, I wasn't sure, I was going to make a point of order, but I guess maybe a point of clarity for me. When you vote on something and there was motions made to reconsider it, I always thought somebody had to make a motion to reconsider your action for what you did earlier in a meeting or in a prior meeting. So I don't know where you stand on that. I appreciate what you tried to do. I have certainly been advocating strongly for the finance director, and unless the other monies were going to come from the enterprise fund to fund that position, then there's no way that I could stand behind what your proposal is, because it's the most important position that needs to be filled for our town to move forward in a positive manner. And if people don't realize that, then you have no business sitting up there. This has been a struggle for us, and this is, and I'm grateful for what we have, but we need a finance director. So any attempts not to get that position is a huge error on the board and the administration. And I don't think that you were saying that, but I'm concerned about if you reduce that dollar amount, if that other money was going to come from the other two funds. That's all. Thank you.
Kate? Anyone else online? Okay.
Peter,
Yes.
did you want to answer to the question that you asked, or was it more rhetorical?
I'd love an answer.
Okay. So you were asking, I think I heard you ask, is cutting fiscal responsibility? Did I want to make sure
You can just talk to me. We don't have to kind of relitigate, but go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I understood the question
Yeah.
right. So in this proposal actually would cut from retaining walls, from bicycle infrastructure. It would also cut from the fire truck fund, I believe.
No, we didn't include the fire truck.
Oh, the HVAC?
Yeah.
The HVAC.
But
Not
that
the
was
fire
taken
truck.
from the fire truck fund. That money was taken from the fire truck fund to fund the HVAC. So by not restoring that funding, it's actually ultimately there's less money in the fire truck replacement fund. And then cutting money away from the finance director position. So I actually really appreciate what you have brought to the board in terms of talking about revenue generation. And you mentioned it at our last meeting, and you mentioned it at our summer retreat. And we said that that's a alternative revenue generation is like 2/5 of the priorities that we set as a board. And so I actually would really like to explore that more with you and with the full board. And it sounds like that's something that Amanda's interested in as well. So I wanted to just respond to the question that you did ask and say that I think we can work towards that because, yeah.
All right. I mean, my point, if we're speaking to this, is that we can't continue to build budgets based on numbers without money coming in. Money traditionally in a municipality comes in via property taxes, local option taxes, things like that. I'm trying to say we need to create revenue streams that look outside that box, that feed these things, and that will lower this number. So, and that's, if we focus, even 20% of the time we focus on arguing over, little bits of amounts and things that people need and don't need, and if we're the determining thing, if we even just focus 10%, 20% on building these revenue streams, we would probably be having a much different conversation in the next budgeting process. So that's literally where my focus is. I understand the importance of this. I understand trying to deliver the lowest possible budget to our town so that we can accept it and move on with our day-to-day business. And that day-to-day business for me, once this budget processing is done, will be solely about generating revenue. Just can't keep taking from it and expecting stuff to be there without putting stuff back in.
Okay, so just to bring this to a close, this suggestion was based upon what we witnessed at our last rather lengthy meeting, in that we cut some things, but primarily we added things to the budget. We added all these capital things to the budget. And the reason why we added things was to be fiscally conservative. But all those things added to the tax rate. And so now we're in the position of having a higher tax rate than we did 3 days ago. And everyone's going to say, oh, the tax rate's too high, I'm going to vote down the budget. But I think that we could still be fiscally prudent with using 10% less of that capital. And, a lot of people have said, oh, let's arbitrarily cut the budget by 5%, cut the staff by 5%. But that's not strategic, and that's not smart in terms of understanding the departments and their needs. And I just also want to clarify that this is the town manager's budget, and each department head works with the town manager and has worked with the town manager to provide the leanest budget that they can. And so on the supply side, on the employee side, we have a very lean budget. And all I'm saying is these estimates for capital that we voted on the other night add to the budget a considerable amount. And we could certainly have a very safe, honest budget with 10% less of these capital add-ons to the budget. But if my colleagues don't want it, let's move on. Amanda, would you like to talk about your revenue items?
I think at this point, it doesn't sound like it has a support, so I'll rescind.
Amanda?
So the motion has been withdrawn, and we're now talking about revenue generation?
Yes. And Amanda has the floor.
Thank you, unless you keep
I
moving
have a
your
general
head.
thing also at some point. You tell me when the best time for that is.
Amanda spoke first, so I'll let Amanda go first.
So upon looking at the budget and also reflecting on what we did last year, when we redrafted the budget, we were asked to kind of go home and do our homework and throw out some revenue generation ideas. I don't know if it's too late to do that before the 20th. I have a couple to ask you about, John, while we're sitting here. One is that I notice on the revenue page, the very last line of page 14, under police, it's bicycle registration, which is a very small revenue line of $20. And I wonder, with our growing bike community, I don't want to put any financial stress on them, but is there something we can do to increase the revenue in bicycle registrations? And we have
Sure.
a bicycle
Tax
dealer.
their cats.
So I just sort of thinking about that, if that's something that would be a possible, more than $20, at least bring in a little more. I know there are people probably here that would speak to it. So that's my first thing. The second thing I am wondering about is it's a cut, but revenue, it might save some revenue. And that is related to notebooks at select board meetings. If we would possibly save some money if there was an opt-out option for those select board members who chose not to have copied notebooks. For Jessica's time, who does all of this work, and for just the paper and ink and all that stuff. These are small things, I realize, but when we're thinking about revenue, I guess it's like, I'm a sugar maker, right? We gather sap. Even if the sap it's not a big sap run, you still gather the sap to boil the sap, right? And so I'm thinking of it in that way. And I, wonder with my fellow select board members if we kind of studied this a little bit more, and maybe we could find a few $1,000s here or there. To bring things up to modern times, we did that last year. We increased our business licenses. There hasn't been any major protests on the street for making for making those business licenses more expensive. I can't remember what else we raised. Some of our park fees.
Planning fees.
I can tell you what you didn't raise. Brat cat.
Right, we didn't do that, but there is opportunity here. So I'm just wondering about that, and love to hear what our other select board members think.
John?
I could ask Assistant Chief Evans to speak to the bicycle registrations, just so that we could understand what opportunity there might be there.
Yeah,
If
if it's more staff cost than it is revenue, I understand that that's a line we
That
thread too.
Could be.
And that was the barrier to the cat tax, was that it would be more work for the town clerk to do the registrations than actually we would get in revenue. So I would love to hear.
I don't think that's necessarily true. That it wouldn't be $50,000 worth of town clerk fees. Assistant Chief Evans, would you like to speak to the bicycle issue?
Yeah. Right now, I'm going off memory. I haven't registered my bicycle in a while. I believe it's $1 right now for bicycle registrations. And we don't do a lot of those, but it's also not very well publicized, I don't think, anymore. So that is something we could reboot.
And there's a serial number in the registration, so that
Yes,
If-
there's a sticker with a serial number that gets registered with the town.
so that
So if your bicycle's
if the
stolen,
bicycle's stolen,
things like that, we have record of it, your bicycle, what it is, all of that.
is it difficult to get people to register their bicycles? And would raising the fee make that
It's-
even harder?
It's not something that we have put a lot of effort into over probably the past 10 years. It's definitely something we could look at doing, putting out more. But it's not something we've been doing.
If only we had somebody who owned a bike shop that could speak to this.
Peter?
I just don't know who that would be, though. So every time we sell a bike, we give them their copy and tell them to go to parking enforcement, and they can pay $1 to have their bikes registered. Should the bike be stolen, it is. So we go through that every single time. I've never seen the end result of how many people actually went through. I can tell you, as an interesting side note, that we would probably be willing to do that registration upon sale, and give that revenue to the town. I'm not doing it for $1 though. There would be a little bit there. And is it a mandatory thing? That's the thing that we have to discuss. Most people register their bikes in case they're stolen, so that the serial number can be, should the PD find it, they have a fighting chance of returning the stolen property. What does that look like? What's the mechanism for that? It would not be a huge burden on our staff to do that, to register there. Would most certainly, at that point, they're there, the purchase is there, to tack on $4, $5 onto the sale. That becomes the property of the town. Would not be that much of a hardship.
Do you have any idea of how many people register their bikes?
I don't. I could try and find out this evening for you before tonight's over, if you'd like.
John?
We had $8 in revenues in fiscal '24 and $6 in revenues in fiscal
How much?
'25. So I would guess it was.
I guess we haven't done an adequate job of selling that.
8 in '24 and 6 in '25.
Well, there's your answer, Jeremy. Don't dig too deep.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
And I think this is a one-time, like, people may register and then it's not renewed or anything like that. It's
Correct.
just a one.
It's a one-time registration for the bicycle.
One time per bicycle.
And then the
Yes.
idea is it a mandatory thing?
No.
No. So we've taken about 4 deep breaths. He's got something bursting here.
Well, I've gotten a number of bikes from your shop, so I have something to say about this.
Well,
Okay.
also, like, the value of an e-bike now is very high, and they are more vulnerable. If that article is stolen, that's really a piece of property you don't want to lose.
Yeah, and
so,
mostly it's covered under your homeowners too, just so, so you're clear, so you just do need a serial number. But I think most people don't want to go through that if the police department can have it. But go ahead.
No.
Yeah. I would love for us to take this conversation offline, explore more about what might be a menu of revenue generating enterprises or activities, and maybe come back and discuss them. But, to actually be making policy like this, like we're going to significantly increase the bicycle registration, I would want to hear from bicycle riders and see what are their priorities in terms of what are the concerns, what are the barriers. I have a registration in Brattleboro from like 30 years ago on my bike. But it would be great to be able to hear, isn't there this Brattleboro Coalition for Active Transportation? Like, I'd want them at the table and see, like, what do they think about this? And it just seems like we're trying to make some pretty big decisions about $27 million. And I think that this would be a great thing to explore for next year.
So I wasn't trying to create policy. We're just
I know you weren't,
No,
but I know, Amanda brought it up, and I think it's worthwhile actually have these conversations. I remember hearing before other ideas too about internet, public internet, like they're exciting and interesting. So I'd like to be able to for us to talk more about it with the people. Maybe we warn it if we want to talk about it in the select board so that we can invite the bike riders to the table.
Yeah.
Do
I
we
know
have
that
any
it
more-
probably felt like a curveball for this meeting, but based on what, Peter said a number of times at our last meeting, and what he said this meeting, revenue, I was like, well,
Amanda,
heck, let's throw it
Are
up.
we finished with Chief Evans?
Oh,
Assistant
thank
Chief
you.
Evans?
You're welcome.
Assistant Chief.
Thank you.
So I hear what you're saying, Isaac. I think that's a wise move because we have a lot to do. But if there is time between now and the 20th to explore, at least copying. Can we start with paper notebooks and just?
Is that a revenue thing, or is that just more of a cost-cutting kind of an
It's a
idea?
cost-cutting.
Yeah.
Let me just say, I read all over my notebook during the meeting.
That's why I said it would be an optional. It would be an opt-in.
And I think it's really difficult to chair the meeting without paper copy.
Yes, you've mentioned that, but I'm just saying, what could we save? What could we save?
Amanda, if you don't need the notebook, I'm sure you could email Jessica and say, hey, you know what? I don't really need this. Just prepare 4 notebooks. And that would save the town some paper. So I think we don't need to put into policy every single, and yes, it would save a few dollars that I'm sure will get well used by the town. So I think that some of these things we can, you've done a really great job at modeling how we can just show up and roll up our sleeves and collect leaves and clean up. And we can do some of that without having to spend more time during our select board meetings discussing every little piece. That's what I wanted to add to the conversation.
John?
Amanda, that would be a savings in office supplies in the town manager's office. If we wanted to, we have $3,250 in there right now. If you wanted to reduce that $50 or $100 and try to do less copies, that is something that we could do if you want.
So it's small.
I would think.
It's small. Yeah. Okay.
Do you have any more items or?
Those were just the top of my head. Also, just kind of lightening up the room a little bit, maybe. So that's all. Thank
Oscar?
you.
Yes, I have a motion. I'd like to speak to it.
Great.
I move that we reduce expenditures for each department in the FY27 budget by 3%. May I speak to it?
Please.
I don't have a long speech. I left Tuesday's meeting after midnight, exhausted, fuzzy, and it took a day or two for me to realize that we haven't done what we said we would do. The 3 new members of this board were elected because of taxes, because of the budget, and because of affordability. Then in April, we passed an expensive budget at town meeting, and I think largely on the backs of the premise that we would have a full year ahead of us for FY27 and that this would not be a problem again. And now we are on the verge. We are 5 days away from handing RTM an 8.5% tax increase, where I think it is overwhelmingly likely that it will be rejected. And so I think we are left with no choice but to make reductions. We've tried to do it as a board, and we have not been able to reach consensus. We have a large and expert staff with excellent department heads. So my suggestion is that we inform each department that their budget is 3% lower than it was before, ask them to make their best recommendations of how to preserve the mission of their department within those constraints. And I think really we should look at this as if we have jumped 2 months forward and RTM has made us do this. Because this is just, I believe, a reality of the environment that we are in right now. We have, one way or another, in the next 2 months, we will have to decrease services and spending by some amount. And I think it would behoove us to act as leaders here rather than waiting to be told. And finally, I think cuts from all departments, it'll be difficult for different departments in different ways. It will be difficult for big departments in different ways than it will be difficult for small departments. But I think doing it this way is fair, and it lets us avoid some of the factionalism of people fighting in the moment for their favorite thing. So that is my motion.
Is there an amount associated with your motion?
I would have to dig it up. It's in the vicinity of 600K.
And according to the charter, I just think it needs to be said that the select board gives guidance, policy guidance to the town manager. The town manager is in charge of the staff.
Certainly.
So what you just said completely cuts out the town manager and his role.
Could you explain how?
Yeah, because you said that the select board will tell the town department heads to deal with their budget.
When I said we, I was speaking euphemistically of the town. Of course, we would ask John to pass that on to department
Because,
heads.
you know, what the budget that we have before us is the town manager's budget. Town manager has wrestled the department heads to create the budget that we have.
Certainly.
The lean budget that we have. You know, the town manager organized the new health plan to save us $400,000.
Certainly.
And orchestrated, you know, with lots of help, the negotiations for the solid waste that's saving us $600,000 from what was previously negotiated.
None of this is intended as any kind of criticism, as always, of John or of the staff. It never is. And none of it is because I think we are doing things 3% inefficiently. But I really, looking back over this year, we were given clear direction. We were given clear direction. And we can kick this can 2 months further down the road if we want, and we can go to RTM a second time if we want and say, hey, we know what's best, and it has to be 8%. And then I guess it could pass. It could pass. But
What?
more than likely, we find ourselves doing a second budget in April for the second year in a row. I would love to say yes to what we have and move on, but I don't think it's what we were asked to do.
Other people want to comment on Oscar's motion?
I do, but I don't want to be first.
I'm happy to speak.
Please,
Also defer to Peter if you'd like to go first.
go
Nope,
ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank you, Amanda, for attempting to lighten the mood, and it's been a long day, and a long, and a long process, and I appreciate everybody who's here, because all of you who are here in the front, who are in the public, in person, and all the people who are watching and listening online, you all care a lot about this, enough to spend your time on a Thursday evening participating in this discussion, listening to us talk these things out and chiming in. And I particularly appreciate those in your room. I saw you all on Tuesday night too, and we went till after midnight. I support this proposal, and I support it not because I want to see cuts. I support this because of our responsibility to the people of Brattleboro to pass a budget that we can afford, that's fiscally responsible, that invests in the future of our town and takes into account the realities that we are facing as a community. What I would love to do would be to reverse some of the Trump tax cuts. The Trump tax cuts gave, on average, $57,000 more in money in the pockets of the top 1% of our community.
Isaac, can we keep it to municipal government, please?
Yes. The people who are going to pay these taxes these property taxes are I'm now having to readjust what I was going to say. At the last meeting, I made a proposal for three departments, for the three departments that have increased their staffing. Most recently, the three of the five largest departments that have had increases in their staff recently to scale back by 5%. And that would have saved over $500,000 for the taxpayer. I heard something from somebody who spoke at the last meeting, a member of the public, who said they have confidence in the leaders in our town government, in the department directors. It's going to be hard to think about how to cut 3%, especially for those small departments. But I'd like to look at what people are able to come up with. The thing that I would also encourage, if we do move forward with this, is that for the larger, if there's some departments that have like 2 people on their staff, and if so, a 3%, if they may not be able to save 3% by cutting out some papers, some binders or whatever. It might actually mean they'd have to reduce a position. I look forward to seeing what we can get on January 20th. But I would encourage for the larger departments in particular to think about reducing personnel expenses, whether that be hours or whether that be positions. Because this is the thing. What we did last year is we made this sort of cut. In April, I made this request that we look at the 3 largest, I think the 3 largest departments, something like that, and we reduced their budgets by X%. And what happened was that was just capital expenses were delayed until the next year, until this year. And now we see there's been a bit of an attempt to delay it even further, some of those even further, or cut back on them. So we can't just kick the can down the road. So what we really need to be looking at is that major item in our budget, which is personnel. And where can we where is it going to have the least impact? If you cut one position from a department that has 2 people, that's a big deal. But in the larger departments, we really could. That's where I think we need to be particularly looking. But maybe in town hall, there in the municipal center, there's also an opportunity to cut some hours. I would be interested in hearing what our colleagues have to say, because this is an important consideration. But at the end of the day, we have gotten a very clear message from the voters of our town, from representative town meeting. They want fiscal responsibility, and they want an affordable budget, an affordable town. Thank you.
John.
So I've figured out what Oscar's proposal would mean by department, and I'm curious if the board would care to hear from any department heads about what this kind of a reduction would mean or look like in their department. And so
I certainly would.
So, like, for example, this would be a $36,000 cut in the library. I'm sure Star could speak to what that would mean. In Rec and Parks, it would be a $43,000 reduction in the Rec and Parks budget. And I know Carol's here, she could speak to that. DPW, it'd be a $114,000 reduction in the general fund part of the highway department. Police would be a $154,000 reduction. Fire, $165,000 reduction. Town clerk would be a $12,000 reduction. Planning would be a $12,000 reduction. Assessors, an $8,000 reduction. Human resources, a $16,000 reduction. Finance, a $14,000 reduction, and town manager's office, $11,000. I know just in my office, that would mean that we would have to basically reduce hours of a full-time staff person who is overworked currently, and I don't know how we would continue with the business that we have to do in the town manager's office if we had to do that. I think that might be likely in all of the small departments. If we have to go to a reduction in force, that's very expensive to do because we have to make sure that we would increase the unemployment budget line so that we could cover the unemployment. So it's actually would be additional reductions in staffing to get to that goal. So I guess I would, if you want to hear from any of the departments about what this scale of reduction in what they provide in services to the town would look like, I'm sure they'd be available for you to hear.
Could we hear from the rest of the board first? Would that be all right?
Sure. Amanda?
Sure. Thank you. So when we left 2 nights ago, I guess it was, or a night ago at midnight, we were looking with what we had cut and what we had chosen to, make sure we remained in the budget or refunded, like HVAC, et cetera. Anyway, we left with a 7.9 or 8.2, really an 8.2% budget. So if we took 3% off across the board, that takes us to a 5.2% tax increase. That is a lot more palatable and affordable for our citizenry. And it isn't without struggle. And it isn't, it doesn't go, it's not going into lightly. So affordability and balance. Affordability and balance, affordability and balance. That's what we need to move towards in the town of Brattleboro. I've said this before from this seat that I trust the process. I trust our town manager. I trust our department heads. And I trust the process that this would have to go through in order to put us in a place for fiscal year 27 budget that is something that our taxpayers can actually afford. the state of Vermont is experiencing an affordability crisis across the board. We don't know what we're going to see from our state, but we do know what we can do for our town. And we have seen multiple years in our town of pretty high spending and deferring choices that were hard. And here we are now. I did throw an option out that would have made this easier, but we chose as a board to not entertain that, and therefore we are not willing to sacrifice convenience for the sake of our taxpayers. We chose our individual convenience over looking out for the backs of our fellow citizens. So here we are with the tough decision. I am for this motion.
Let me just say that I do not consider solid waste disposal in our town a mere convenience. I consider it central to the health, safety, and welfare of our community. Who hasn't spoken?
I think that's been me. Yeah.
There you go.
Dead set against it. Non-starter. We talk a lot in this community about human services. 36,000 from our library, which I consider part of our human services, right? Devastating. Our police department, 154K. We're looking at the BRAT team. We're looking at additional officers. We're looking at people who have been helping people get to treatment, helping people get the services they need, as well as keeping our town safe. Devastating number. Our fire, who, we know through our public health officer and our new chief, $165,000 probably means the closure of our West Brattleboro Fire Department. So you can kiss that goodbye. All right, that's what that move means. Our town clerk, already overworked town clerk, $12,000 removed from her budget. Planning, $12,000 removed from that budget. The assessor's office, $8,000 removed from that budget. Finance, there goes your finance officer if you want $14,000 removed from that budget. Don't shake your head. If you're going to do this, you're going to remove $14,000 from hiring somebody that everybody seems to believe that we need. The town managers, $11,000. John's working alone now. Okay, that's really what's going to happen. And $43,000 from Parks and Recs, which is, I would argue, maybe the biggest linchpin in our human services in this community, when Carol asked for a mere $20,000 to get additional help. A few of you up here cut that. Okay, you said no way to that. So that was your thing. So now you want to go back in and you want to 3% across the board decrease. I know it's a nice number. I know it lowers it, but I also know that it devastates us. 3% devastates our municipal services, our police, fire department, EMS, all of it. So for me, this is bad. This is DEFCON 1 stuff here.
I'm just a little shocked about, for example, the finance department. People 10 minutes ago said, "Oh no, we can't cut anything from that, from the future finance director position because that would be dishonest budgeting." But this 3% across the board cut it's just not strategic. It's not smart. And it's not understanding that this budget is a reflection of our town government. This budget is a reflection of all the decisions that we've made all year. This budget is a reflection of, all the department heads who came to speak about their work. And, when each department head came to speak to all of us, nobody said, "Yeah, well, we're going to slash your budget and deal with it." You're saying this at the 11th hour when, people can't respond. And I just think that we had a lean budget to begin with, and we had all the savings that we could figure out in a smart, strategic way. And you're really trying to cripple this town government that serves the people so well. And we could get the tax rate down with the measure that I said before. We could, ask the town manager to see if there's anything that he can come up with in discussion with the staff. But this across-the-board stuff is
Dangerous.
and beyond the pale. So,
I'd like to request a recess.
all right. Oh, yeah, look,
We're
it's
only
8
an hour
o'clock
in.
already. We're going to recess.
I was
for 5
deeply
minutes.
disturbed by what you just said, and I need a recess.
You're disturbed by what I just said?
Yeah, that we're trying to cripple the town. So I think we need a recess.
No,
I'm
this
gonna take one.
is a crippling of the town for sure. So,
Yeah, let's just take the recess.
I'm not going to play out to an emotion that doesn't warrant it. We're talking about town business here. You can give me all the dirty looks you want. This is irresponsible.
All right, let's resume our deliberations. Let's hear from the department heads. Let's start with the library. Star?
So, can we talk about, as a board, what process we want to follow here? Because I think a 20-minute presentation from each department, we don't know the details. We're also not making a final decision. We're asking for changes in a draft budget.
Well, here's the thing. You could hear what the ramifications of your motion are by department, because you've asked for across-the-board cuts. You could ask John, the town manager, to find some savings. But I think it's important when someone suggests across-the-board cuts that we all understand what we would be voting on. And I can't imagine doing that without hearing from the department heads.
So my thought would be to give them until we see the draft budget on Tuesday, rather than hearing off-the-cuff impressions in 10 minutes.
Well, this is off the cuff motion on your part.
Madam Chair, I think the town manager.
Excuse me.
Seriously.
I'm finishing my sentence, and then I will call on the town manager. This was you brought this up, and you got to play it out.
I agree I have to play it out, and I'm not, we need this information, but, we talked to Star about a slightly different number 2 days ago. We heard presentations from every department, and I want to get that information, but...
You want to hear, and I'm asking directly, what is the impact of the motion that you just made?
I understand that.
So that's a very narrow focus.
Okay.
I think I support what you're
Excuse
saying.
me, John has the floor.
Oh, I was just, and this is just really practical. It's to implement this motion into a budget will not be possible by next Tuesday. Except it would be extremely helpful to know, as you're speaking with each department head, where you would want those cuts to come, because that will speed up the redoing the budget process. So I think it really is important to understand where we would do this, because it's really very difficult choices to make in doing something as drastic and just, wide open as this.
Those are fair questions. My preference would be, I'm happy to hear from department heads today. My preference would be to see, these department heads are steeped in the missions of their department. I would appreciate seeing how they would approach those missions if somebody waved a magic wand and they had 3% less resources to do it. I have gotten feedback in both directions, of course, but I've gotten feedback from the public that what is the select board doing sticking their nose into line items? Let the department heads have their opinion and give us what they would do.
Isn't that what we're asking right now? And you have a problem with that?
I'm responding to John asking for specific direction about what we would cut and where. So my preference would be for the motion I'm describing here is that if it passes, we get essentially new department budgets at the lower number from the department heads. Those budgets would not change any, they would be inclusive of the cuts we made and the additions we made on Tuesday. And that they would bring them to the town manager who would bring it to us and then we would consider it. I understand that's a big undertaking, so I'm only interested in doing it if the board votes to proceed. But, you know, I guess what I'm saying is I'm not sure how informed we will be by a 5-minute presentation from each department head on...
Well, how much time do you want to take to say that you don't want to take that time?
Madam Chair,
Yes?
I would request that at this moment, we might be able to work together to lower the tone. And I will do my best to help make that happen because I got pretty excited in this meeting earlier. And I would just ask if you as the chair would help us collectively do that so that we could communicate about these really sensitive issues, maybe a little slower, a little bit,
Okay.
a little calmer.
You can take as many deep breaths as you want, and I'm going to ask the library director to talk about a 3% cut.
And I would also like to hear from our colleague Amanda about the process.
Well, I would love to propose an amendment to your motion.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, may I offer an amendment
Absolutely.
to Oscar's motion? Oh, so the amendment to Oscar's motion would be 3%. Let me start back it up, beep. 1.5% for the smaller departments and 3% for the larger departments. So it would be less of, we would have less of a tax reduction, but I wonder if that would be something more workable. So that is a proposed amendment.
I'm happy to accept it, but we should acknowledge that it will be hard in different ways for the bigger departments. So I'm happy to, and particularly, I mean, once we open it up, it gets very difficult, but particularly in the town manager's office where we are down a full assistant town manager, I think there's great
That's what I'm
justice to that
saying
claim.
about, this across-the-board business is just completely unworkable.
I'm not sure that's...
And to have this across-the-board cut and wholly reject my capital across the board as dishonest is just mind-boggling to me.
Could I respond to that?
Yes.
I don't think anyone called you dishonest. I didn't use
The word honest
the word
was
honesty
used
was
twice.
used. It was not used by me. You're a planner. You have a ton of experience in this realm. I understand the temptation, but we were given, hey, here's our estimates for this stuff. And then to come back and say, oh, well, maybe those were a little high, let's just shave them. We don't actually think they were high, we just want them to be high. So that's why I can't go there. And
I tell you what, I'm a planner, right?
Yeah.
And we've been planning this budget since September. and we had the draft budget in November, and we had every department head come, and now here we are in the 11th hour, and you want to arbitrarily cut the budget by 3%, and all I'm saying is, okay, let's explore that. Let's have each department head talk about the ramifications of that cut to our town government. And so I just think that this conversation is being eating up the time that we could have by hearing from the people who can tell us what the impact is. So let's hear from them.
I'd like to clarify something.
Go right ahead, Isaac.
Yeah. So you brought up the process and that there were multiple opportunities to give input on this. And I'm remembering back to a session that we had at the library where we kicked off this process and we listened to people in town. And I requested at the end of that time to be able to give some feedback on what we had heard. Maybe acknowledge that we actually did hear what the people were saying in our town, who were largely saying we need lower taxes. And you fought back against that.
I said that was not part of the warned agenda. And then I said, go ahead. Okay? You got a problem with that? You got a problem with me changing the agenda for the evening's meeting to allow you to speak?
No, I object to the way that we've had to fight in order to have that sort of conversation. When we've wanted to talk about the process, when we've wanted to talk about actually have some back and forth. So this is really this past Tuesday was the first time we were really invited to put forward our proposals.
Isaac, that's ridiculous.
All right, could we talk
Let's
about something
hear,
else?
let's hear from the librarian.
Before we get started, I have a question here. And this sort of speaks to this whole process. Amanda had brought up a proposal at the last to cut the human services budget to $100,000. All right. She was the only one who put her hand up for it, right? But why? Because we know the repercussions of what might happen at a town meeting and them adding the full amount back into the tax base, right? So with that, we I won't say arbitrarily, but you added $150,000 in to raise it to $500,000 to make it more palatable.
Wait.
No. The human service budget, as it currently exists, is $250,000.
Right. So you raised it back up. Well,
No.
you all right. Let me get my facts straight. You said we should go back into the budget so that we don't see this increase, but if we lower it, that's a good thing. Correct?
My understanding was that at that meeting, you guys chose to have it be the number that John put in the budget, which is $250,000.
Right.
But there were options within our sort of spreadsheet or the cuts we were looking at, like, say we took it to $100,000, it would be $150,000 in savings. Say we took it to $200,000, it would be $50,000 in savings. So as it is now, it's at $250,000.
Right.
And it could go up.
So my point being, the mechanism is there to be flexible, right? I feel that this 3% thing is not flexible. I keep looking back at the big things that we are fighting for. If this passes, it is basically saying no to our police department. It is saying no to our fire department. It's saying no to the library. It's saying no to DPW. It's saying no to town clerk, planners, assessors, finance, town manager's office, parks and recs. It says no to all of them.
Well,
I mean, the cuts, and you and I had a chance to have some conversation at the recess. You know exactly how I feel. And you had asked me a very pointed question. If I could wave a magic wand, where would I find the money? I don't have a magic wand. You further said that me falling back on a revenue argument was sort of a hollow argument at this juncture of a budget process. Just for the record, I've been talking about revenue for the better part of 2 years, all right? It's just sometimes things take time to get going. John's been working on gas tax for long before I even brought up gas tax, and here we are. So maybe we get it. Maybe it helps out. Maybe it doesn't, but I think it does. So again, I'm not sure where the change of heart is when we're talking about our first responders and those folks that are definitely helping in our human services effort. I don't know where the heart is around that, because this directly impacts them.
John?
I'm wondering if you, and not to throw a total wrench in this, but it's kind of pretty related, because I'm just looking at the reduction in DPW and how significant that would be. And I would think that Dan might suggest to you all that we not do the compost program if we were to have to find that much of a reduction in DPW. And that then you might want to go back and look at the rest of the solid waste services, because I don't think you really realize what you're proposing, Oscar. I mean, it's pretty devastating what you're suggesting, and maybe a revisit of the compost program would be the first way to back into this and understand what it is you're actually proposing.
I'm sure I don't understand in every detail what I'm proposing. I do know it would be very disruptive, but I don't know what to say. I'll say, I mean, I'm happy to talk about what we talked about in private, and my magic wand was a little different. It was, I don't know, if we knew that if we took 8% to RTM, they would cut $1 million out of it, how would we behave?
We don't even know if we're going to have RTM, by the way.
Sure, well, town meeting. I think we have heard the message loud and clear, and I guess also, yes, this would be challenging, and yes, we are saying 3% no to all these departments, all of which I love, really, for real. The idea that I would ever be in a government position voting to cut a public library is something that you could not have convinced me of 10 years ago. But a 3% reduction in a budget, I mean, look at the hospital, right? These things happen to organizations. Sometimes budgets have to get smaller. That shouldn't be a crazy or an offensive concept. And 2 years of an 8% tax increase, we have been told that the community doesn't want this. So yes, 3% is blunt, and yes, it is arbitrary, because any number I pick will be an arbitrary number. But I don't see that we have an alternative. And
Well, I tell you, 2 days ago, we didn't have an 8% budget.
right,
We had a 4.4% budget.
I remember.
And so what happened in the meantime, right? What
Yeah.
happened 2 days ago was that we added all this capital expenditures into the budget,
That's correct.
okay? And so it seems to me, if one were to be across the board, that reducing that number by 10% or even 5% would be a gesture towards the tax rate in a downward direction. We could live with the original budget that the town manager brought us at 4.4.
And who is going to be on the hook when salaries come in 200K high after the union negotiations, and EMS revenue comes in 250K under, and et cetera, and et cetera, and et cetera? We have to budget what we think is real. That's why those went in, not because I have a passion for seeing retaining walls replaced. We have to budget for the ongoing expenses we really think we have. And if we can't afford that and everything else, I mean, that would be the equivalent of doing your budget for the year and everything adds up and it's more than your salary, and you say, well, I'll just take my rent down 10%. That doesn't work.
I would
With all
like to
due
hear
respect.
from the department heads, because I just think we need to understand that these are not just numbers on a piece of paper.
I understand that, right?
I want everyone to understand that. And I want us, we have this lovely library director sitting right here, and I want to hear from her because she's going to answer the question that speaks directly to your motion.
Okay, and then the other thing that I would be happy to hear a 5-minute immediate reaction from each department head. I would also, if this passes, like to see what they really come up with when they sit down with their new 97% figure and think, how do I make this work? Because that is not a 5-minute off-the-cuff thing to come up with. So I'm happy to go ahead.
The department heads have been thinking about if you were to do something crazy like this. So that is, I'm sure, something they can speak to today if you would like.
I'd like to speak. The first thing is that I'd like to work to find common ground here rather than attacking one another. So when I hear that select board members are trying to cripple anyone or anything, or a suggestion that there's some people are being heartless, or what I just heard, did I just hear you said that this was like a crazy idea from the town manager to make cuts when we have heard from the public that they want lower taxes? That's concerning to me. And so I would just ask that in our language, we can discuss the policies, but that we attempt to use professionalism, that we attempt to treat each other with respect, that we attempt to not ascribe negative intentions to the positions that people are taking. We need to conduct our town business in a way that respects the people of this town. And part of that means conducting ourselves in a way that shows respect for one another. I really appreciated that, Amanda, you said something I think it was the beginning of the last meeting, about the way that comments that have been made on social media or in the public, in the newspapers, about select board members, and reminding us that we are all human beings and that we can have conversations one-on-one with each other. We don't need to attack each other in public. And I really appreciated your saying that, even though we disagree oftentimes on policy issues. And so this is an opportunity where we get to show the public that we actually, that we have, they've entrusted us to do this business well. So I would like to go back to, first of all, clarify what the motion is on the table, because Amanda made a friendly amendment, which I understand that you accepted, which is that the motion is, as I understand it, is that there be a 3% decrease in the budgets of the largest 5 departments and a 1.5% decrease in the 6 smallest departments. Did I understand that that's the motion on the table?
If that, Fish, you have the numbers in front of you. Did the 5 largest form some natural
What's the
group?
question? I'm sorry.
What is could you tell me the 5th and 6th largest? Not to put this on you.
Well, the smallest departments are town manager, finance, assessors, planners, town clerk.
Okay.
All right, those are the smallest. So, I would argue, if we are using that kind of math, a 1.5% increase, you might as well just go for the full 3. I don't think it makes a difference in these small numbers. We are talking about 5,500, 7K, 4K, 6K, 6K.
I just think if 12K is devastating, then getting 6K back
is still devastating for a small department.
Maybe we could ask
Can we please hear from the department heads?
I think that will be helpful.
Yeah, I agree.
So I would like to,
Isaac does not want to
clarify.
hear from the department heads.
I've been wanting to hear from the department heads for the last 6 weeks,
Isaac.
which we've done. May I finish?
What is it that you're saying?
Well, maybe if you weren't interrupting me, you'd hear.
Can we, but if this gets too nuts, can we go to actually granting people the floor and letting them finish? If we can't, just sort of freewheel it?
I understand that Isaac had another comment to make. And so, Isaac, if you have another comment to make, that's great. I'd love to hear it. But I do want to get to the department heads, or we'll be here till midnight again. So, Isaac, you have a secondary comment?
I'd like to hear from the public first.
I don't think that's appropriate. I think that we need to hear from the department heads so that we all know what we're talking about.
No opinion.
I'd also like to hear from Amanda, about how you had made this friendly amendment. I'd like to know just what exactly we are talking about in terms of the proposed cuts. And I want to make sure, I guess, from both Amanda and Oscar, is this the motion that the 5 largest departments, which is library, recs and parks, DPW, fire department, police department, have a 3% cut, and that the 6 smallest, which are town clerk, planner, assessors, HR, finance, and town manager, have a 1.5% cut?
I am content with that to be the motion on the table.
And I appreciate that, time to clarify, but I also defer to Chair that we have department heads to listen to, so I'm really ready to do that.
Okay, great.
Star.
Hi, thanks for having me back. I sure enjoyed my last engagement here. And I'm always happy to come and talk about libraries, but I'm going to keep it really short because I know that's what we need tonight. According to my calculations, and the other thing I need to say is that the library's situation is complicated because it's also governed by a board of trustees. And so we would have to have their input in how we adjusted the budget around this. But it would either wipe out essentially our book fund, our book budget, and the materials that we use to process it. And that books are important to this community. We circulated over 100,000 of them last year at a value of over $2 million. Or it would wipe out 2 20-hour part-time positions, which would be 40 hours a week, less staff. So we would have to cut hours. So those would be the 2 choices. And again, it's something that I would need to work with the Board of Trustees. And we do know from all of our surveys and our public forums the importance this community places on access to the building and access to services that the staff provides. So my thought is that we would probably keep the staff and reduce the book budget.
Thank you.
So,
Oscar, do you have a question?
Just, I do, and also just a general comment as we talk through this. My intention here is to make cuts that are sustainable and persist beyond this year and are not reductions that then have to be made up the next year, which will be more difficult, but I want to have that context. What do you have a sense of how many hours of openness the library would lose in that?
If we're talking two part-time staff members, I would really have to look at the configuration, but probably at least one morning, possibly one entire day.
Okay,
I don't
thank
know.
you.
Thank you, Star.
Rec and Parks.
How about Carol? Can we have the director of the Rec and Park Department, please? Thank you, Carol. So we have a very narrow question before you, Carol. Is Carol a 1.5 or a 3?
3,
She's 3.
$43,000 reduction.
What would you do if you had to lose $43,000?
It certainly would hurt. it certainly would affect. The challenging thing with Rec and Parks is you can cut this program, but you're going to lose this revenue.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a double whammy when it comes to that. So I can cut a week off from the skating rink. Well, that's also going to be a week of income that you're going to lose. I can eliminate a week of day camp, and that's also revenue you're going to lose. So this will definitely be very challenging. 43,000, 42,000 is a lot of money. I think an important piece that I'd really like to mention here, we're taking some really big hits in a year that we have just reallocated all of those benefit allocations into every single department's budget. Okay, so that is really hitting us real hard, not just Rec and Parks, everybody else in that room in there.
And you're talking about the percentages.
Yeah, I mean, so
yes.
my budget went up 40% because 32% belong to budget allocations.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that entire amount is in my budget. And then when you're talking about 3%, I'm having to cut 3% of something I can't even control. And that's the benefit of the employees of this town. Okay, so then in turn, that's going to affect our services that we provide. And I think it's important to mention, much like library, we are the department that helps keep people off the street. So if you're going to cut this from Rec and Parks, you better think about adding some money to police, because we're providing programs so that they're not running out on the streets and that they're doing positive things, okay, and not doing activities they shouldn't be that are taking up police time.
So this is after school programs.
This is
summer
after
camp,
school
and
program, and it's summer camp. With all those, if we have to cut those things, those kids are going to be out on the streets. And we're not just talking about teenagers out on the streets, because many families rely on Rec and Parks for daycare in the summer. I hate to say it. I say day camp, but in a parent's mind, it's daycare. Let's be totally honest. Anyone sitting here, we're daycare. Whether the pool is open, but they know they're sending their kids to a positive place with lifeguards, not down to West River where there's no lifeguards. I think those are the things that are going to be impacted. When you broke it down to large departments, small departments, I'm not a large department, and I'm not a small department. Okay, and nor is library. Library, we're the middle departments, So this is going to hurt, and it's going to hurt the community and the people that are going to be affected. You're going to need to have a room way bigger than this to hear from them. Because as soon as this gets out that we're having to cut these type of deep cuts, this room is going to be filled. That's not a threat. That's not a threat by any means. It's reality. It's reality. Parents are going to be in here when there's no summer camp. I understand things need to be cut, but this one's going to be deep, and it's going to affect things. And we will make the decisions that we have to make along the way. But you all know what Rec and Parks does, and I don't need to take up any more of your time to tell you that will have an effect. But you got to make the decision that's best for the town. It's our job to educate you and make sure that you have the tools in your tool belt to make the decisions you need to make.
Thank you.
Yeah.
PW.
Dan Tyler's interrogated.
I just want to say I actually really appreciate the department heads giving it to us as unfilteredly as possible. I really want to know what this would be like.
Sure. Good evening. Carol mentioned the shift of the benefits into our budget. So, I think when we look at 3%, just about 70% of our budget is benefits and wages. So, we're either cutting people or we're cutting a much larger percentage from our operating budget. that's not really an option. But we're in this interesting situation where at DPW, we have this solid waste program where we're adding people too. So, the addition of compost and this new solid waste is 3 new people. If we cut people, we're still reducing services. Compost gets picked up 4 days a week, whether it's snowing or not. So, there's plows that aren't going to be on the road because they're picking up compost. So, I know John mentioned that I'd probably lean towards cutting compost, and I think that would be my first choice if I had my way.
Thank you, Dan.
And sorry, so if it wasn't compost, what would it look like? Is that one fewer person doing plow, or 20% less snow plowing?
Yeah, it's $114,000, so it's at least a person. Maybe we could make up the balance with some other items, but yeah, it's a plow route. There's, the plow routes are about 6 hours a piece now, so it's adding time to the plow routes. You're going to see the roads getting plowed slower. You're probably going to see more overtime because it's less people to complete all of it. I think in the summer, we absorb some of these deferral of capital improvements by doing a lot of the work ourselves. So, it's less work will get done, sidewalk repair, that sort of stuff. Amanda likes to remind us about the mowing, so we struggle to keep the mower out as much as we might like to. And, I think that's something we automatically go to because that's an easy thing to, so it definitely would trickle down for sure.
Yeah.
Especially if we're trying to keep the compost truck on the road.
Dan, could it impact the outside contractors? Like what would, budgeting for whether it's paving and all of that stuff?
Most of that
stuff you bid out?
If we're trying to avoid cutting it out of capital expenses, I think most of that stuff would be fairly safe, but, because we would continue to contract that. But.
Quick question. You had mentioned overtime. Understanding nobody's got that crystal ball. Nobody can wave that magic wand. Nobody knows what you're going to need for overtime. But just based on history, down a man, how much overtime would that add in? Unbudgeted overtime, I would assume.
Yeah, we cut the overtime pretty drastically for the current fiscal year. We're trying, but we're going to go over that number, I'm sure.
Yeah. And then down a man.
It's going to go up. I don't know what that number would be.
Okay, no, that's fair.
Most of that's winter. Most of that overtime is storm related. So if you're trying to make up a 6-hour plow route with one fewer people, you're that much more every storm at least.
Okay, thank you.
I guess my question is really not how you would stretch to make it all work, but what would you stop doing first? Like just say, we don't do this anymore. Like with Carol, I imagine this would be extreme, but it would be, we can't maintain all these parks, so this last one on our list, we don't maintain it anymore. That kind of, we're not going to do this anymore. Or we're going to do, we're just going to do 10% less. Or we're going to plow, but it'll be slower. As opposed to asking you, hey, how could you still hustle and do everything? Which I think is impossible.
Yeah, no, it's impossible.
Yeah.
We have to plow, right?
Yeah.
We can't say we're not going to plow. Maybe we could. They do that places.
Yeah,
There's roads they don't plow. I think we've taken a deep look at it and tried to prioritize different roads, and we're trying to, that's how we're trying to manage overtime. We're trying to let snow accumulate more in certain places, and, those are the sorts of things that we'd have to do, but we already had a situation this winter where a fire truck couldn't get to a fire because we didn't have people out on the roads maintaining them. So, that's the stuff that's going to trickle down and the impacts that we're going to see.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Please.
Assistant Chief Evans?
Thanks for having me up. So, something right off the top, as I'm sure all the other department heads would tell you, we build an extremely lean budget. There's not play that gets put in. Everything is really tight. Most of us are community members. Like, we respect that. We realize that. So when we build this, it's not like we're building in safety nets or extra anywhere to cover if things get cut or things like that happen. Like, we're already really lean as it is. So as far as obviously, the majority of our costs are personnel, and that's gone up this year because of some of the stuff that was moved into our budget. Speaking for the police department, that's $154K. If we're looking at equipment, things like that, that would definitely push back things like cruisers for a longer period of time. When we do that, we generally see more repair costs that go with that, so it's not a clean savings. That could also leave us with equipment down that can delay our response times to calls. A lot of our equipment costs are also contractual. So, for example, our body camera systems, that's a contractual cost that we have. We can't just not pay it. That cost is coming out regardless. So we can't cut things like that from our budget. So, like, just our body cameras alone, that's about a little over $20,000 a year for our contractuals on that. If we wanted to forego having body cameras in the future, that would be probably 2 years from now, where we could look at not having that sort of transparency. I can't imagine the community would be thrilled with that, but there's an option, but that's not for this year. If you're looking for the longer term impact, like Oscar was talked about, that's personnel costs, that's staffing costs. I would have to come back specifically with Chief and speak to what personnel we would be able to look at as far as cutting. That would obviously be a significant cut to our public safety that we're providing. I say that right on the heels of all of the community involvement we had over the past year, demanding us to have extra personnel downtown, which we have just begun deploying and having, and now we're looking at maybe not having that. So I'd be concerned about that community conversation. As far as our dispatch budget, the dispatch center provides services for police, fire, EMS, and a little bit for DPW. There's not $30,000 in that budget outside of personnel. Not even close, maybe 15 to 20,000 at the most. So that would immediately be personnel, and I don't know how that would probably cause us to not have a dispatch center for certain hours, which leads to significant other problems. We began having this conversation during COVID because we had significant difficulties, like everyone else in the world, getting staff, and we had conversations with state police over what happens if we don't have people to answer a phone. Like, what happens? Those were not good conversations, and they didn't have a solid answer for me. I could tell you we can't not have someone answering the phone because we can't not have police and fire responding to things. So if we didn't have personnel answering the phone, I guess we'd have to look at how we would contract with someone else to answer the phone, which I think, I'm going to guess, would cost us more money than having the personnel for those hours. I see a very significant decrease in our ability to respond to public safety at that amount of money.
Oscar?
So on the dispatch side, it's been running a couple people down on and off this year. We haven't had to, I assume, well, we haven't heard yet that we've had to have times where there was nobody present. There is a half position that we kept in on Tuesday, which we haven't had this year. We've had 2 other vacancies. I know it's been tough, and some of it has come out in overtime, but it didn't seem like we were non-functioning this year.
We have regular times right now where we go down to 1 dispatcher for certain periods of time, simply because we have people on call, which is an additional cost, but less of a cost of someone being there. But also trying to look at when we're least likely to need it. That's a gamble. It's not great. Our staff is doing it because we're trying to minimize the amount of overtime we're asking them to work. Because honestly, if we asked them to work all the overtime right now and then looked at possibly cutting positions, I'm not sure who we'd have for dispatchers. I think they're pretty much at that point where they're working as much as they can, which is why we have the hours where we only have 1 person working. I don't know how we would manage that. I think that would be exceptionally detrimental.
To have another year like this one, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
there's a work-life balance issue associated, particularly with dispatch, correct?
That's my, I guess, grave concern with that is if they see that it's not, this is how it's going to be, like.
They'll leave.
Yes. And it doesn't, like, training a new dispatcher isn't, that takes time. That's a significant chunk of time. And with a dispatcher, just like a police officer, there's a significant amount of experience that person needs. So that person answering the phone, you want them to be experienced. You want them to be well-trained. And we've spent a lot of time getting to that point with the staff we have. And I really don't want to try starting that all over again.
Thank you. Anyone else questions for the Assistant Chief? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May we interrogate the Fire Chief, please?
Yeah, 2 for 1. Hello.
Hi.
So I guess to open up, being new in this position, I really dug in hard to the cost of providing fire service to this town, and I'd articulated kind of early on in my arrival some comparisons to some other similarly sized towns. I don't have those numbers in front of me, and I said, wow, we run a lean budget here for the size of the operation that we run. And I truly mean that. So I have no emotional attachment to Brattleboro Fire Department prior to coming here. I don't have any best friends here. I don't have anybody I have to impress or anything. So for me to cut things isn't as emotional. I haven't always had this fire truck. I haven't always had, these people, these things, these items. So I took a really truthful look at our budget, and I trimmed down the spots that I could trim down to support growing the fire department personnel. My number 1 priority is people. If I don't have people, apparatus is meaningless. So apparatus is my number 2 priority, because if I have people and I don't have apparatus, well, I can't get the calls. So we really looked at this stuff, and Pete Case said it. We looked at closing Station 2. That would be devastating to this town. And I think if, probably even after mentioning this, people from West Brattleboro are going to flood in here next meeting to make sure we don't do something like that. So what do we cut? There's a thing called an ISO rating. So that's our insurance services office. They set your home insurance premiums. And the last time we were assessed is roughly around 2016, and we're an ISO rating of 2. And what ISO looks at is, are you a career or volunteer fire department? What are your hydrant district look like? How much rural area do you have? How many personnel available do you have? How many fire trucks do you have? And that's how we get our rating. So if we start shutting down stations and reducing personnel and getting rid of apparatus, that ISO rating will go up. And as that ISO rating goes up, so does your insurance premium. So the cost comes out. That's a possible implication of this. If we shut down Station 2, obviously West Brattleboro is going to see a much slower response time for us to get out there. And I don't have the calls in front of me, how many are on the west side versus, I know we do way more central, which is why we only have 2 personnel out in West Brattleboro. But they provide, we had a structure fire a week ago. West Brattleboro was the first arriving apparatus on that scene, and we roll up and there's fire blowing out everywhere. And I'm going to talk more about personnel. I got a lot of thoughts running through my head, so if I'm kind of scrambling these, I apologize. There's 2 personnel arrive on that scene waiting for the rest of our personnel to come from Central. So they're trying to make an entrance into this house with fire blowing out on every single side because there's cars in the driveway. And at this point in time, we don't know if there's people trapped inside. So life safety is our number 1 priority. We are going to do everything we can to make a rescue. And we don't even know truly if there's people there. The assistant chief was probably the next arriving piece because he lives in West Brattleboro, then our engine, then myself. So at that point in time, we end up with 8 personnel on scene. It takes 6 to 12 personnel to effectively rescue a firefighter. Based on national statistics, firefighters go down in the first 90% of firefighters that get trapped go down within 25 minutes of that fire. Our closest mutual aid is not going to get there within 25 minutes. These are the risks that we take, and these are not scare tactics. These are, hasn't happened this year, didn't happen last year, but boy, if it happens next year, who's going to answer to that? Am I going to answer to that? Are you going to answer to that? These are the decisions we're talking about. These are the life safety things. And when we start talking about this stuff, we're like, oh, it hasn't happened in 10 years, but then it happens next year. So when I look at the fire department, the operations of the fire department, I assume a lot of risk when I start cutting things. We could reduce our rescue services. So get rid of the rope rescue trailer, get rid of all that equipment. But now who's providing our rope rescue services? Are we calling in a mutual aid fire department to come bring those services? Are they going to show up? Are they going to have the personnel? We just had a car in the Connecticut River last winter. We were there. We provided the rope rescue equipment to make a rescue on that. Thankfully, there was nobody in the vehicle. But if we had to stand on the shoreline and wait for somebody to come with rope rescue equipment, how are we going to feel about that? Right now we spend about $24,000 in public education, education to the other departments within the town, and community outreach. Like CPR classes, first aid classes for the police department, the municipal center. We go to the schools and we educate the kids in the schools and we meet with them. We provide services at 4th of July. That's all overtime. That's all, we got to keep fire trucks ready to respond. We got to keep ambulances ready to respond. Those are all additional services that we provide that if I'm looking to cut things, those are things I'm going to look at cutting. Our life-saving capacity becomes reduced. We just don't have as much. And again, I'm not like, what am I going to cut? Am I going to cut? I can't cut people. I'm telling you right now, I cannot cut people. And the reason I can't cut people is we have 6 vacancies right now. If I didn't have that buffer to keep us going, And we're spending a lot in overtime, which everybody's well aware of. So I don't really have a buffer, but I have a buffer to keep us operational. So right now I have 24 operational people on the floor. If I only have 12 operational people on the floor, how am I filling those shifts? Who's responding in those trucks? And how many hours are they going to work before they just walk out of the doors and say, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. So we need that buffer. And when I say buffer, we're moving towards a 4-platoon system. For the health, safety, and welfare of our employees, we're moving towards a 4-platoon system. There is really no buffer in that. So we have to be very strategic about how we use vacation time, how we send people to training. Any cuts to that means reduced training, reduced growth, reduced professional growth. And I know you're not saying this, but reduced support to our employees. And if I don't feel supported as an employee, why am I going to stay? And you've said it, we're looking at long-term cuts. This is not what can we cut this year, what can we continue to cut. So next year when we have this conversation, what gets cut next? We've cut capital, we've cut fire trucks, we've cut a station. What gets cut next? There's nothing left to cut. And I think you'll hear this from probably all the department heads. We can't cut staffing because we just can't do the job without the staffing we have. We don't have this huge operational fluff to cut. So where do those cuts come from? The costs are going to continue to rise. Next year, health insurance is going to be more expensive. Retirement is going to be more expensive. The cost of a fire truck is going to be more expensive. Toilet paper is going to be more expensive. Fuel is going to be more expensive. All that came down this year. So again, what I want a 0% increase next year. What are we going to cut? Where are those cuts coming from? So just to kind of to finish up, if I had to do a knee-jerk cut right now, I would cut capital. And I know we don't want to cut capital. I would pull $160,000 or 165 or 7, I don't remember what the number was, out of capital. And what do we do then? Well, now we're looking at how do we make this equipment survive just a little longer? How do we, the AC and I start spray painting fire trucks to keep the rust down? Do we send them out to be refurbished? Do we have pumps rebuilt? I don't know what that course of action looks like. That's all something that takes time and thought to make a good decision. And I can't just make that on a fly. But I can assure you, maybe I can cut $5,000 out of the operational budget, but the only place to cut is to stop doing so much maintenance and start cutting equipment contracts. So I really don't have, turn the lights off more. I don't have a lot of fluff in my budget.
Chief, let me ask you this.
Sure.
Last year in our budget, we were very concerned about overtime, the amount of overtime. And we made a decision to hire more personnel so that we'd have less overtime. The problem is we couldn't hire the personnel. And the goal of this year's budget is to go to the 4th platoon so that we can hire the people and have less overtime and at the same time have a lower overtime rate. Isn't that the case with the budget that's been proposed to
Yes.
answer that overtime question?
Yep.
And to hire so that we don't have the overtime.
Hire and retain. the
Hire
people
and
that we have.
retain
Yep.
and have work-life balance,
Yep.
all with the 4th platoon and all the other
Yes, that is all
great
true.
things that you presented when you presented to the select board
That is all
a
true.
couple months ago.
Yep, that is all true.
And all of that is within everything that you just described in terms of a very lean budget to start with and the benefits being put in so that the percentage is essentially inflated from prior years.
Right, and I don't remember those numbers, but I did present that in my budget presentation.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyone have questions for the chief? Yes.
Thank you both for your service, both in the fire department and beyond. I'm interested to know about the 6 vacancies and for how long the department has been operating with those vacancies.
So the fire alarm superintendent the entire time. We haven't filled that position this fiscal year. It's been a dwindling, or I guess an increasing number over the fiscal year. So we backfilled 2, we lost 2, and then we already had 3 vacancies to start with. So it's kind of a revolving door. We have put out 2 offers of employment that went out this week and last week, and we have 4 that are in the interview process currently. And again, because I feel like I know where this goes. Well, if you've operated with 6 vacancies, to this point, why can't we continue to operate with 6 vacancies? You're also staring down the barrel of a $725,000 overtime budget, which I'm sure you don't want to see next year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Questions for the chief?
Response time. So we talked about $165,000 cut and what that would do, and that would effectively take out Station 2. Done. What's our response time look like for people of West Brattleboro, for those folks that live out there? If we have to push everything out from Central Station, I would almost think it would take the Marlboro Volunteer Fire Department the same amount of time to get out there as it would Station 1.
That's true. You would have to add 7 to 10 minutes to just to get to the West Brattleboro station, depending on traffic and congestion. And then from wherever the call is from West Brattleboro station, from Station 2, that would be the added time.
Right. And you dropped a stat that I didn't have a chance to write down about getting to a fire, and when you enter a building, there's a certain amount of time. And can you just go over that number? I just want to make sure I understand that correctly.
So according to NFPA, who's done the studies on firefighter emergencies, so Mayday situations when firefighters go down and get trapped in buildings, 90% of them occur within the first 25 minutes of a fire. For us, currently, we can staff a fire with 8 personnel within minutes, because that's who we have on duty. The rest come from callback, but it takes time to get to the station. Our closest mutual aid is about 25 minutes to get on scene, and it takes 6 to 12 firefighters to effectively rescue a downed firefighter. To go into that building, to find them, to pull them out with all their gear and pull them out of that structure.
So if I'm doing this right, your job is to rescue people, and what this budget would do effectively is not give anybody in place to rescue you should you need it.
Correct.
Okay.
So, and that would be if we reduce staffing, like we just, and again, that's a negotiated thing. So we would have to negotiate a reduced staffing, because if we cut staffing, you're either filling it with overtime or you're working with the union to reduce that minimum staffing. And I mean, I'll stand here all day long and say reducing a minimum staffing is not the right move for this town. We're running an average of 15 to 20 calls per day. 3 ambulances on the road and a fire engine constantly.
Well, I think I had mentioned before having a conversation with one of the organizations that sort of helps people who are experiencing a little PTSD and some trauma as a result of their work function, and having that conversation from 3 platoons to 4 platoons, and they have started to ask that question upon entry. I often feel like that's something telling that's I don't even know if that's an existing metric other than just something this one individual has asked, and so I'm just I just kind of want to put that out there again.
I just want to make it really clear. The chief talked about how he had the fortune or misfortune, but in his case, a fortunate opportunity to remove himself emotionally from the people that we work with. I've been with the Brattleboro Fire Department for 25 years. I have been to firefighter funerals. A month ago, I was in a RIT operation in the city of Keene, where we had to effectively make rescues to downed firefighters. It's a real thing. We are talking about human lives. We are talking about our people And when we don't have the resources to deploy to save our people, we are talking about human lives. I ask you, board members, have you been to a funeral of your own staff members? I have. And the people that I work with every day have. Please consider that you are putting my firefighters in immediate danger. Thank you.
I just want to note that also the fire department, all the personnel put themselves at risk for the benefit of the town. And so all our first responders do a tremendous job, and I thank you.
I thank you for noting that. I think part of our job as firefighters, it's written on every bit of gear that we have. Firefighting is inherently dangerous to life, safety, and health. That is something that we know, but there's a reasonable risk and an unreasonable risk. And that's what we're balancing.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have questions for the chief or the assistant chief?
No, just thank you both.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Sally Cruz next.
Hello.
Hi,
Thanks
Sally.
for having me. Sally Kuzniks, HR Director, Finance Manager. I manage 2 of your small departments. I'm having a difficult time. And I want to say that I really appreciate our town manager, every department head that I work with, I have the honor of working with. What Chuck just said is just really, I'm having a hard time with that.
Well, why don't I give you a
take pride
minute?
in knowing every name of our employees. And Seth makes a joke that I know everybody's tenure date. When John said that comment, and I just want to clarify about crazy ideas, that's because when our department had meetings, we think about A, B, C scenarios, and some of them can be crazy ideas. Be prepared, he tells us, be prepared for what may come up. We don't know what you're going to say when you come to these tables. We have to be prepared for anything that may, to us, is like, that can't be it. But let's think about that. Like Chief Hardy tells me all the time, have plan B, have plan C. I'm a small department, 16 or 8,000 from my department, 14 or 7,000. We're looking maybe professional development, training, mileage reimbursement. But, some of us need to keep our certifications up. And so if we have, that's coming out of, that's not coming out of the budget, but we have to go to trainings. We have to stay up to date with all the trainings. It happens in every department. They have to stay up to date with the trainings. When Jeremy was talking about the dispatchers, they're changing. They're exhausted. I listen to our scanner. I hear our staff out there every day. I hear the calls they're going to. And I even took the dispatcher skill set test just to make sure that what our applicants are going through. So when I look at what I need to cut, okay, maybe I reduce job advertising. But you mentioned, I think John mentioned, you want to bring back a finance director. I got to recruit. I got to look at open gov training. What am I offering that person? What are we doing with our professional services? I have counseling services for all of our staff, for system training. You talk about frontline foundations, that's a part of it, what they get, what they see, the trauma these officers and firefighters, even our public works, a library, every department faces some form of trauma in a day. And it could be as simple as an angry phone call. You may think it's something small, but we get residents that call and they're upset about something, and our staff handles that. And they have to walk away with what they're hearing from people. It's not kind all the time. Everybody gets upset, but they handle it professionally, and they need people to talk to. So do I reduce my counseling services for our staff? Do I take away from their mental well-being? We talk about mental well-being. So we offer them all these services. They come to us. They want these services. Our department heads are so good about making sure that they speak to them and we have this service available for you. So where do we go there? I'm looking at I can't reduce my software licenses because that's our payroll program, our human resources software program. I see every exit interview. I do them with our people, even people that are retiring. And what I'm hearing now is this affects them. People are leaving our town. It's hard for me to recruit. Like, if they watch these meetings and they hear these kind of restraint budget cuts, is my job safe? They're taking a risk to come work for us. And then if I have to RIF them within 6 months, and a RIF process, huge. I'm going to need a map, because it's not just my years of service in one department. It's my years of service across the town and my skill sets. There's a lot to go there. This 3% may sound like we can work it out. It can be capital, it can be this, but it's like they mentioned, it's the people that work for you that come to us every day. Honestly, our firefighters are exhausted. Our dispatchers are exhausted. Our officers, I can go on. And I promised them that I wouldn't say I would remain with my composure, but it's really difficult for me. And I hear what you're saying when you say let's keep it level-headed. But I had to ask to close the door, and I apologize, Gemma. I really appreciate you understanding, but we needed a minute after that announcement was made just to look at each other. We didn't speak because it's hard for us to step back and not to go back to just what John mentioned before. Tomorrow's Friday. This is a lot of work. Monday's MLK Day. Are we going to come in on a holiday to make sure that we have everything ready by the 20th? Because this is a lot of work. And it goes on, and I apologize. I respect everyone in this room, but I respect everyone out there. And it's going to be hard for me not to hear what Chuck said for a while. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hillary's online.
Let's hear from the town clerk. Hillary, thank you for joining us.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. I apologize. The video on my computer is still not working. So hopefully that will be fixed soon, but y'all get to hear my voice and not see my face tonight.
Not a problem. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So I know that you all have some really impossible decisions to make. I cannot imagine being in your shoes, and I know that you hear that a lot, and you've heard that a lot over the last few years. It's been hard. In our tiny office, we used to be a staff of 4 full-time, and then due to budget cuts over the last number of years, it's whittled down to 3.5, 3, 2.5, right? Everything that we do, with the exception of issuing vital records, is mandated by statute. So I don't know exactly what hours would be reduced by this cut. I would need to take some time and work with finance and HR and understand exactly what that looks like. That's a way that our departments work together and that we're all essential to each other. But I would need to better understand that. But the only places that a cut like this could come from is our personnel, is our staff. And cutting staff hours doesn't reduce the amount of work, right? People don't stop needing their birth certificates or their death certificates or transferring their land or wanting to vote, right? All of the things that we do, we're required to do. And so it crams the same amount of work into less hours. And that means not only, right, public has to be frustrated because there's longer wait times. Okay. It also means mistakes. And I can speak from the past year where we have been short-staffed, right? Last year around this time, we had somebody out on medical leave. The last few months, I've had limited hours due to medical leave. And last year around elections, we dropped balls. Luckily, they bounced and they didn't impact the integrity of the election. But it meant overtime hours with reporting, trying to figure out our mistakes. We printed our checklists without having the time to vet them and make sure that the people who shouldn't be on the checklist and should only be on a certain checklist weren't on there. That confuses our check-in attendance. We had an election worker training that we do through Zoom because it's the week before the election and we don't want everybody in the same room getting sick potentially. So we do it through Zoom, and I dropped the ball and neglected to coordinate with the other departments using the same Zoom account because we try to save money by not having multiple Zoom accounts. And we had to cut our election worker training short because this other group needed the Zoom account. And so these might seem small, but during a time when election integrity is constantly in question and we're constantly under a microscope, right? People don't trust the process, and we need to not make these mistakes. The one place that we could cut the type of work that we do is cutting issuing vital records. We're a hospital town, we're a hub town, we're a border town. People come to us from other towns to get their vital records. If we stop doing that, they would have to go to other towns. It would be a major loss to the community, but it would also be a major revenue loss to our town, which would mean we then have to do more cuts. So I don't think cutting our staff hours is a realistic thing. I think the other place that we could look, which I think is not a good idea, is cutting our election worker salaries. We are required to have 2 people in the office anytime we're dealing with elections. For state and federal elections, that's 45 days of early voting. For local elections, that's 20 days of early voting. So in a major election year where we have 3 state or federal elections, right, you're talking about 4.5 months worth of having to have 2 people in the office. We already made the adjustment to close our office from 12 to 1 daily because we used to stay open during lunch and stagger our lunch breaks so that we could always serve the community. But we realized that if somebody's sick, if somebody has an emergency, right, I have a department head meeting or we have trainings or anything that pulls us away from being tied to our desks, it's not realistic to stagger our lunch breaks. So we already cut that to the community and said, we're closing an hour. But in order to get the work done that we need to have done and always have 2 people in the office and not log overtime, we rely on BCA members to come in. Sometimes that's 200 to 300 hours a year that they're coming in and helping us because we don't have the staff time to do it ourselves. And then we have election workers on the day of, and we have seasoned, well-trained election workers, and then we're always bringing in new folks. If we didn't offer to pay them minimum wage for their time, some of them work 12 hours, some of them work 15-hour days. Some work even more. And if we didn't offer to pay them that token minimum wage, many of them would walk away. And again, that calls into question the integrity of our election. If I had to choose between cutting our staff hours and cutting our election worker salaries, it would be election worker salaries because our staff is every day, right? We rely on those folks. The election are more seasonal, if you will, but they are integral to our day-to-day operations when it comes to 4.5 months in an election season. And when it's not election year, right, we lower that because we account for the fact that there's only one election. But as we've seen recently, there are special elections, there are special representative town meetings. We're planning for representative town meeting and open town meeting because we don't know what's going to happen, right? Like Sally was talking about that plan A, B, C, Z, right? Like we have to plan for all of these scenarios because we don't know what the voters are going to decide, and we need to be prepared to pull it off with integrity. So a cut like this, $6,000 sounds small, but it's pretty massive.
Thank you, Hillary. Does anyone have any questions for the town clerk?
Nope.
Thank you, Hillary.
You're welcome.
Let's ask the town planner, Sue Fillion, to join us.
Good evening.
Good evening, Sue.
So I just want to say, like the rest of the departments, we're really lean. In fact, we cut our budget so that, basically the rise in our budget was solely from the benefits being moved into the budget. I can look at this two ways. I can nickel and dime my budget, get rid of training, get rid of our professional service funds, which we use to be a match for grants, transportation, conferences, and memberships. But, we did that last year. We started cutting, and at some point, we can't operate that way. So I think really a reduction of 6,000 or 12,000, if it was the 3%, is cutting staff hours. And what that means is, we're not going to be able to pursue the amount of grants and manage the amount of grants that we've been able to do to help accomplish projects in the town. We probably would not be able to pursue things like the Act 250 delegation because of the amount of capacity, staff time that it would take to pull off something like that. And what that means is more costs to developers in town for larger projects who are going to have to go through Act 250. And I think that, with less staff hours, we're not going to be able to staff the amount of boards that we do. I think the two statutory ones that we have are Development Review Board, Planning Commission, which actually, that is empowered in statute. We also don't have to have a planning commission. We could have staff run that, make those planning decisions. But say we kept those two, I think staffing Traffic Safety Committee, staffing some of the other boards that are just, take up a lot of our time, Conservation Commission, I think that we'd have to take a serious look at, can we do all those things?
Sue, let me just say, I would consider that your work is the platform from where growth occurs in terms of speaking to developers, having people understand the zoning and development regulations, and moving forward of all kinds. And I would imagine that not only would that grant work be unfulfilled, and I happen to know you're terrific at getting grants, but also the day-to-day explanations to developers of what state grants and processes are open to them, for them to develop in this town, would be curtailed. Is that correct?
Yes and no. I think it would be on the capacity, it might be delayed. I think that, we are a very public-facing office. If people come in and talk to us, we're going to give them our time. But I do think it would be, meaning that we have less time to do some of that housing pre-development work, for sure. But we'll always answer questions and point people in the direction.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions for the town planner?
Just a general thought, piggybacking off of something Sue said. I think all of our departments have an incredible amount of pride in their departments and the services they offer. And I think a theme I've heard is that people are going to continue to stretch themselves to do everything that's asked of them, right? The planning department will always be there to answer people's questions when they have them, and will make that extra effort and go above and beyond. I think we need to consider in this context that it's okay to limit some of those contexts. And, you know, if what was necessary to get the work done was, hey, the planning office is closed to the public on Monday, that is an inconvenience. It is a loss of service, but that is a tolerable adjustment that people would get used to. And that, I think, it doesn't solve all the problems, but that concept of, yeah, finance doesn't have the extra half person, but maybe the public can't come all the time, it can come now. Those are the kinds of things I want to make sure we're considering when we're thinking about possible ways to make this work. Because again, I just want to frame this as not just something the select board might do, but something the select board might not do and town meeting will do, which will then just happen. So that's why I want us to really grapple with what we're really looking at here. And 3%, 600,000, I think, that is not the most I've heard discussed in recent town meeting years.
You're selling it again. Let's hear from each department head, and then we can all make our comments on the whole.
Okay, I'm not trying to sell anything, but.
So after hearing all of that, you're still holding firm?
No, I want to get to the end and talk. I mean, it's.
Yeah, let's get to the end and talk.
Jennifer Brunel.
Jennifer, are you available? Jennifer Brunel from the assessor's office? Good evening. You know the question.
Jennifer, we can't hear you. I see that you've unmuted. You might have an audio device or something plugged into your computer.
How's that?
You got it.
Wonderful. Thank you. So, my budget has already been reduced a considerable amount for my office, where I moved my fund, which it's not something that I recommend doing on an every year basis, because we will be looking at in the future needing to add to our reappraisal fund. That is something that the town is going to have to look at in the future. But where I would where I would cut would be a staff part-time position. But we're already skimpy on staff right now. And I just went through 8-month session of training someone, and they moved on because of the pay. They found a position that paid more. Now, I am afraid that if I were to reduce a staff position to half-time, I would have a difficult time in filling that position. It would add to the workload of the two assessors, myself and the assistant assessor. And similar to Hillary's comment, it opens up to mistakes. We don't have the staff to do the double checking. Things do get missed. We have it's not something that we want to experience. We want our grand list to come out perfect every year. And I would like to, every year I like to see that we follow through with all of the permits and the changes that are out there. And I'll say that the assessor's office is crucial to your tax rate. The improvements that we capture increase the grand list, which lowers your tax rate. So reducing our staff would run the risk of us not being able to capture or potentially miss an improvement. And as I've said in past meetings, our office is responsible for a lot of state required programs. So we are responsible for state programs like the Homestead Declaration, current use. They flow through our office. And for those to fall by the wayside is just, we cannot run the risk. But that's the only thing I can think of is staffing, because anything else is about $8,000, with supplies, postage, etc. My software would run somewhere around $7,000. And we're going to have to move that into my budget again. So it's already been reduced quite a bit.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions for Jennifer? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it.
All right. Well, you've heard that. Does Select Board want to? Yes, John? I guess maybe I'm a little afraid of what could come out of my mouth, so I'm tentative, and I don't want to offend Isaac. So I really do think this would be a bad idea. It would be high risk for the town. I would offer, if you wanted to, you might want to consider a different motion. I would go work with these good people that you've heard from. Would it be acceptable for us to try to incorporate the increases that you made at your last meeting, but find a way to get things down under 6%? Would that be an acceptable alternative without doing some of these devastating things to the services that we provide to the community? I just offer that as a possibility.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I've been chugging this water, and I need a recess, and I don't want to miss the conversation.
Fine. 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Thanks. Thank you.
Speak to this issue. I see Kate. You, Kate.
Oh, I'm ready anytime.
Gotta keep you eating your Doritos. Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. I just want to say that we are in a financial crisis. It's going to take us multi-years to get out of. And we're here because of spending decisions that were made over the last 2 years through no fault of the taxpayers of our community. Across the board cuts are not unprecedented. If anyone's paying attention to what's happening in the Vermont legislature right now, they're making cuts to the FY26 budget, the current year budget, because of what's happening on the federal level. I really appreciate what we heard from the department heads. However, you need to take into consideration and recognize what's going to happen to the taxpayers of this community if you increase taxes. You folks can get more money by turning on the taxpayer spigot to get the money. The taxpayers of this community have pretty much two choices. They can either get a second job, or they can cut their own budgets and go with less or without. And I want to give you some statistics here. The median household income in Brattleboro is $47,000. That's compared to $68,000 in Windham County, $82,000 in Vermont. Someone on Social Security makes just shy of $25,000 a year. Someone on minimum wage makes just shy of $30,000 a year. I think it's really clear that the budget item that people aren't going to be cutting is their weekly latte at Starbucks. We're talking about people in this community having to look at cutting their food budget, their clothing budget, their doctor's appointments, dental appointments, their pharmaceuticals, for them and their kids. You can't get blood from a stone. And I sympathize with every single department head. I know how hard it is, but you need to sympathize with the people who are going to have to pay the increases in the taxes. We're not a wealthy community, so please, when you're thinking about this, balance out everything you just heard with who is paying the money, because we just can't afford it anymore. So thank you.
Eric?
Eric Karen, District 7. I hope I can say this as well as Kate just did, because everything is there. But what I wanted to say is that I was a department head. I was in charge of 14 staff members, and I was in charge of 1,000 students. And when my boss said to me, you need to cut your budget by 5% or 7%, I would look at her and I'd say, I can't do it. If you make me do that, I'll have to cut a staff member. I have 1,000 students. You want to see those college applications come on time? You wait till those parents come in. Wait till the parents come in and say, why isn't my kid getting accepted to college? You can't cut my budget by 7%. You're going to have me lose a school counselor, and I'm going to have every counselor take on another 550 kids in their caseload. There's going to be kids crying out in the office, out the door. I went on and on and on. And then she looked at me and she said, find a way to take care of our students and your staff and cut your budget. And I went home and I figured it out. And I did. And these department heads, they're smarter and more talented than I am. I know that for a fact. They're amazing people. We're talking about 3% or 1.5% for their budgets, which will be hard, but they can do it. And we're talking about the incredible burden that we are facing as taxpayers, that people are leaving our town. I know them and going to places with lower taxes. I know people that want to come here, and they look at those taxes and they say, I can't come to your town, Eric. I can give you example after example. We are hurting out here. So please take it from a department head. I did it for years. It wasn't easy, but in the end, you know how I did it? I was able to move my department into leaner ways of working, into using software that we had already owned, but nobody wanted to learn how to use, by coming up with a new way to deal with information that had to go to parents and students, by becoming a better office. And honestly, I never thought it would happen, but I was forced to create a better office, and I did. And these department heads can do that, and we must do it for this town. It's time to do something different than we've done over and over. Thank you.
Thank you. Ivan?
Ivan Hennessy, Brattleboro, Vermont. You don't have to do what the taxpayers want. You have to do whatever form of town meeting we end up with wants. And ultimately and fundamentally, you can probably talk them into whatever you pass here. I think that regardless of my opinion on which department should face cuts, you can just make any decision that you faced, and you can talk the voters who are going to actually make the final decision into going along with it.
Gemma?
Gemma Seymour, District 8 and Brattleboro Planning Commission. First, I'd like to say that I don't believe that Sue was actually correct about the existence of the Planning Commission, that while Vermont statutes do indeed allow for the town to appoint the planning staff to do that, the Brattleboro Charter actually says shall appoint Planning Commission. That being as it may, I oppose this motion to make these reductions. First of all, I don't think it's a good idea to make across-the-board reductions, even if you say larger departments 3%, smaller departments 1.5%, because those percentage impacts are going to impact different departments differently. And so each one of them really does need to be looked at individually and have budgets tailored to them. I have to say that at this point, I'm pretty comfortable with the way that this budget is going. I understand that the numbers are going up. Other than my skepticism about the police budget and reductions in the human services budget, I think everything that's been added back in should have been added back in, and everything that has been cut up to this point should have been cut. So I'm pretty good with what's going on here so far. However, I do have to point out one thing. The town manager's budget, as it was originally presented, resulted in about a $2.4 million increase in the budget between the general fund and the capital expenditures. Now, property taxes rates in this town are 3.4826%. So if you do that math, what you find out is that just to keep even, we would need to see a property value increase in this town of about $69 million in 1 year just to come up with that $2.4 million, okay? We have 5,590 households in this town. That's $12,350 per household, and a median owner-occupied property in this town is worth $254,100. So just to keep even, we'd need to add 271 new households in 1 year to this town, just to keep from raising property taxes. And at an average of 2.1 people per household, we'd need to add 571 to our population in 1 year. We're obviously not doing that. The population of Brattleboro has fluctuated within about 500 people for over 70 years. This is the long-term problem that we're facing. We're not going to be able to attract people to this town unless we invest in it, and we're not going to be able to invest in this town if the economy keeps going the way that it's going. We are between a rock and a hard place, and we have hard decisions to make. Right now, it looks like we need to raise property taxes, and we're all going to have to bite the bullet. But if we're going to do that, we have to make sure that we're doing this in a way that is looking forward, that's making investments in our town, that's going to bring more property tax revenue to us. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Dick? All right, that means Heidi. You know, I do get to pick.
Sorry. Heidi Fisher, District 7. Kate said much of what I was going to say. I would first actually should start with saying thank you, Oscar, Amanda, and Isaac, and everyone for bringing this to the table. It is obviously excruciating for all of us, for department heads, for town manager, for all of us. It's excruciating. But I do feel like we need to do this. We are in a financial crisis. We have been for several years. It's getting worse. That is obvious in town. What's going on? Our town is struggling, and we are all struggling as a result. And I would, I really want to emphasize that to take Kate's thinking one step further about what it's going to do to the taxpayer. I think if my choice is, can I deal with the town clerk's office being closed 1 day of the week or the library being closed a day of the week versus whether I can I deal with that if I can still feed my kids or send my, pay my electric bill or that kind of thing? Yes, we can do that. We have to make sacrifices. And if that means that, we all are facing things like 26% increase or 24% increase in our health insurance this coming year. Almost all of us are facing things like that. We can't keep spending money the way we are spending money. We have to make cuts. And they are painful cuts, but we have to make them. So I do think we need to do something drastic like this. And I think Oscar is absolutely correct that if this goes to RTM or open town meeting, or if it's on an Australian ballot, will you accept this budget? I think the town will come back saying no. Because as you've heard, the town, in your listening, I've been at all the listening things, taxpayers are saying, we can't continue to pay these taxes like this, and they can't keep going up. So I do think this is crucially important. On a little side note, I would...
You know you're over time.
Okay, one last thing is that I would urge you all to look at the December 2025, which is obviously just a few weeks ago, EMS report for the state of Vermont.
That's not germane. Thank you very much.
Oh, it shows that fire and EMS municipal systems are the most expensive way to run fire EMS systems.
And I've heard that report was totally inaccurate. So there you go. Now.
And back to the board.
Okay, board. We've heard what we want to hear. Pardon me? Oh, Dick, yeah.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the spirited conversation here this evening. Probably my disappointment comes from a question I asked a year ago that used to happen, and it didn't happen a year ago, where the three new board members weren't on the board, and I had asked the board, did you have any idea of what you would like the town manager to work with for a budget? And none of the board members gave him any direction as to where we'd like to be. So I haven't been a fan of this process, but that's irrelevant. I guess my recommendation would be is if you stick with these cuts, then I would tell you to put the amount of money that's going to get reduced into an article question and let RTM decide if they want to put this money back into the budget and onto the taxpayers. Kind of reverse of what you were planning to do with a couple of the capital items and have it be let RTM say, okay, we want that, your tax rate's going up. So I think this would be, I don't think it's actually a bad idea. Let RTM say, yeah, listening to all the cuts and all the department heads, and it's hard to hear. I don't disagree with that. These people are my friends also. They've helped me out immensely through my career here in Brattleboro. So I think that's not a bad solution that you should think about. Give RTM the opportunity and let the department heads write a narrative up of what they're going to reduce, and let RTM say, okay, yeah, we want to put 600,000 or whatever this number is going to be back in the budget so we don't have to reduce these services. Thank you.
Okay, Select Board, you have comments? First of all, Oscar, did you want to amend your motion based on what John Potter presented earlier?
Let's talk first, if that's
sure.
Let me answer Fish's question from before. I mean, I'm obviously, that was a heartfelt and pretty, full-throated defense by the department heads of why this would be bad. I'm obviously I'm not unmoved by that. It's very difficult. And I guess the question I have, I'm interested to hear more from John, but the question I have for the board is, if not this, then what, right? I have said, I think all along, I think I said when I ran that, I think I said it on Tuesday, that I don't think that there is fat in this budget. I have said that consistently. And like Gemma said, we're caught, right? We're caught between a town that wants lower taxes and a staff that's doing everything really well and says there's nowhere we can cut. There's not a great answer to that. So I'm torn. I'm uncertain.
You're certain.
Uncertain.
Uncertain.
The opposite.
You're uncertain about your own motion?
That's correct.
Very good. Amanda?
Thank you, department heads, for articulating so clearly and with great passion, but also very clearly. I'm not sure why it spoke more loudly to me here. Maybe it's just more of a pressure situation. I'm intrigued by what John offered right before the break about, let me see what I can do to get our tax rate down to 6% or under. I think that's very good leadership. I'd like to hear what he brings to the table. There are things on the budget that I really want to fund, and it saddens me that we're not able to find the cash to do it, like Carol's position. But, hope springs eternal. Maybe we can. But I also want to note to the full board and to the public that if we choose, at least for this year, to not engage in curbside collection with Casella, with fully funding all our departments, with doing finance director, et cetera, we could have our tax rate down to 5.9%, and we could still have the compost program. We are talking about our unwillingness to sacrifice our personal convenience with a curbside program at the peril of our services that are vital to our community. So I just want us to think about that. And yes, it would cost the individual taxpayer potentially more to individually contract their own hauler if they chose, but I do see it as an opportunity for entrepreneurship. That is how John Casella started. That is how Good Enough started. And right now, our community needs economic development badly, badly. And we will not have that opportunity with engaging in a contract for curbside as we're headed. So now I'll step back and be a little calmer. Anyway, so just to rehash that, I'd like to hear what John has to say. I want us to reconsider not taking on the curbside and trust the process. Okay, that's it.
Isaac, do you have comments?
I do. I first want to acknowledge the work of our town staff and departments, and thank you for your presentations. And I can only imagine the difficulty for you and for your staff who might be watching this meeting. I have a few notes here that I took during the presentations. I have real concerns about cutting, as I said earlier, cutting the smallest departments, those half dozen departments. That's going to be particularly challenging, and we're talking about, with a 1.5% decrease, we're talking about $37,000 that we could decrease by cutting those 6 smallest departments. So I would very much be interested in seeing from the town manager what it might look like to have a reduction that was done strategically, collaboratively with those department heads, rather than prescribing an exact dollar amount for each of those half dozen departments. My concern here is with the presentations that I heard, there were a couple of the larger departments that talked about delaying maintenance and equipment replacement. And that is more of that kicking the can down the road. So I would be interested in what the town manager might come back with, but I'm not interested in seeing delays, deferments, kicking the can down the road for capital expenses that are needed. So I think this is going to mean that there are going to need to be some looking at personnel, whether it's hours or positions. And because it's the fiscal responsibility thing. It's not just about lowering the taxes for this year, but it's also thinking about taxes for next year and the year after that. And I think we're going to be talking about trash recycling and compost next, and that will be an important discussion as well. But that's, I really hear what the town manager is saying and appreciate the importance of some flexibility in being able to work with the department heads to solve this puzzle and solve the problem. So that's where I could see some flexibility with those 6 smallest departments.
That's it,
For now, yeah, thank you.
Peter?
Okay.
I can give you more.
Yeah, good. Go ahead. I yield.
No, go for it.
All right. We certainly took in a lot. The thing I appreciated about our presentations were we got to look into the souls of the department and figure out really what that means. We found out that our roads wouldn't be cleared as quickly as they are. We found out that if somebody calls the police department, who's going to answer the phone, and furthermore, who would be there to respond in a timely fashion. We talked about the closing of an entire fire department in a department whose budget was already reduced and lean to begin with. We talked to HR and, how do you hire people when they sit there and they are coming for a municipal position and maybe they view a couple of these select board meetings and just don't like the energy that's coming out of here or the amount that things are scrutinized. I do want to back up and say that a lot of our town employees do watch these, and I can tell you that I don't imagine going into a Friday that their moods are elevated from watching these, but they still go out and they do their jobs. Cutting training was a thing that I heard a lot. I heard that these things, how much they would hurt our community if we did, Oscar's suggestion. So there's a lot going through my head right now. I was not, and still not, and especially still not, going to support this, and would like to take this opportunity, based on the testimony that we heard tonight. I would like to ask Oscar to rescind his motion, if you would be willing to consider doing that after everything that you heard.
Maybe at the end of the discussion, but I'm in doubt.
Okay, my turn. Thank you, Peter. All right, so we're the select board. We all took an oath. We have responsibility to the town, and we have responsibility to taxpayers. But, the charter dictates that we have a responsibility to provide for, public safety and roads and garbage collection, all these things. What we heard regarding the health, safety, and welfare of our town, we have a lean budget. There's no fat in this budget. What's being proposed is cutting into the bone. And I feel that we have an obligation to to provide for town services that provide for a stable community. And people talk about crises. Our first responders are working flat out. to keep us safe and to create a clean and stable environment for our community. And our community cannot grow. No one will invest if we don't have a basic budget that provides the stability and the platform for us to grow. And I think this proposal is reckless, and I think this proposal is crippling. And I cannot support this. And just a little particular about office hours. Office hours is not the point. You know, if the town clerk's office is closed for a day, it's the work that they do. It's the work that goes on in the planning office. And it's not you know, the office hours that we're talking about. So I think that that's a red herring. I also want to push back on the idea that curbside collection is all about convenience. Our garbage is essential to the health, safety, and welfare of our town. It's a matter of equity, and it's a matter of sustainability. And last year, everybody was screaming about sustainability. And we have a three-pronged idea of what sustainability in our town is, and it's trash, recycling, and compost. But more to the point, this motion, I cannot support it. I vehemently oppose it, and I believe that it's quite reckless to the well-being of our town as a whole. Yes.
So how does this play out? Next year...
We vote.
No, not that. Next year, let's say our new health insurance rates go up 10%. And then we say, well, we're lean and we need everything. So town meeting, here's it, whatever it is, a 10% increase this year. How do we have this conversation if the answer is always any cut would be catastrophic and, and that's it?
I think it's very glib of you to say that, you know, we're going to have the same, and it's easy to cut, and blah, blah, blah. It's not easy. You know that.
Did I say it was easy to cut?
You know, that we're going to have this problem every year. About what I brought up earlier in the meeting is maybe we're going to have a gas tax. Maybe the legislature is going to recognize the impact, the unintended consequences on the municipal government from the motel program. Maybe we're going to have, you know, real revenue sharing. Maybe we'll finally get rooms and meals tax from the people in the motels. Maybe we're going to have, you know, a banner year of restaurants and have 1% tax. There are a number of, you know, and all the economic things that people talked about. You know, we need to provide a basic budget for stability and future growth. And the entire country is talking about affordability. And the entire country has to grapple with these things. But we're talking about our town, our specific town, and we know the problems that we have. And this budget addresses all the issues and problems and solutions that we talked about all year, and you're negating all that. You're reducing our whole year of work to this meeting. And I don't think it's fair for our town, for our staff to spring this on us in such a reckless way.
Sorry, can I respond? Or, please.
I want to thank Oscar for your leadership. You were the chair of the Finance Committee. You had an intimate look at what our budgeting is like, and you have gone to painstaking measures to look at what would be the different scenarios and how this would play out and how do we fit this puzzle together. So I want to acknowledge you for that. And I also want to acknowledge, Amanda, your creativity for trying to figure out how can we make this with the least impact on our town staff and on our town services. I have more I'd like to say, but you wanted to speak.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Isaac. I don't know. I think I wish you were approaching this conversation in a different way. I don't feel like I've been glib for a single second of this conversation. And given that I didn't say that I thought cutting was easy, I think that's a particularly poorly chosen example of something I said. I want us to grapple with the actual problem we're facing and to list off on your fingers 5 possible revenue sources that the town has zero control over in the hopes that this budget problem will go away next year is unlikely. That is unlikely. It sure didn't happen this year, and it didn't happen last year, and it didn't happen the year before. So, pardon me if I get a little frustrated when trying to talk about this. I respect the appeal made by the department heads, and like I said, I'm uncertain, and I don't know what the right path forward is here. I know that it's not to say, we have our budget, it cannot be changed, RTM will see the light, because that was last year. And despite what Ivan said earlier, it was not possible in that case to convince RTM to go for it. Yeah. So, look, there is no... I want an outcome that respects the taxpayers, that protects the town. I would love to talk about it as a 5-person board, as a problem to solve. I don't have the answer. And 3% cuts across the board are sounding like they are not the answer. What is the answer? I'm interested in John's idea, but
Do you want to change your motion?
Oh, John, could you tell me a little bit about, you're talking about getting together with the department heads and trying to come up with something that gets us there that isn't as broad brush. Is that?
Yep.
I would like that to also include an examination of these capital add-ons and the realistic, what would be a realistic number.
And I think I could do it. I think we could do it with the capital add-ons that you made earlier this week. We're looking at a bunch of things to see if there's a way to find some savings in places that would would repeat into the next year. And then I'd also want to see what we could do that wouldn't impact the public too much within the departments. So that's really all that I've thought so far.
Yeah. I am open to that. I don't know.
Can you two come up with a motion that we can discuss based on the conversation that just transpired?
Do we need to do something with Oscar's motion, which is still being discussed first?
Well, no, I think that if John and Oscar put their heads together, that something that Oscar could agree to, he would rescind his motion and make a new one.
Isaac and Amanda, I don't want to...
I think that we could vote on the motion because I think we're all in agreement that maybe the motion didn't quite meet our goals.
Sure.
Or we could just rescind it and move on.
Either.
Pardon us.
My question is, yes, I don't really mind what the mechanism is, but at points, Isaac, you and Amanda both said, at the very beginning that you were in support of the motion. Are you comfortable with the idea of turning it over to John? No, I'm asking if they are okay with the idea of working with John on this in the way he described.
Right, so we're talking about kind of the process before we.
Yeah.
I think that's fine. Well, what I noted.
So what we're having is a conversation among the three of you and
So
not
it
the
just
board
became
as
a
a whole.
three-person board?
No.
Am I understanding that?
I didn't catch that vibe.
No.
No, I don't know. We're just all pretty sensitive tonight, so I just thought I'd point that out.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm going to request a recess.
I'm not recessing.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm going to use the restroom.
Fine.
And actually, I'll say one more thing before I go. I'd like to hear more about what you were saying.
What?
A little more context? You just want to stare at me?
Sure, a little more context would be great. I can
No, I'm
stay.
asking
I
you
can
for
hold it.
context about what you're talking about.
Amanda, do you want to? You were speaking,
I'll weigh
and
in.
I think
That's
the
a
chair
little tense
interrupted.
at that
It
end of
just
the
got a little
table, so
intense.
I'm gonna.
Well, no. Hold on. We're actually having a conversation. I would like you to finish your thought.
Amanda was speaking. The chair interrupted her. Things got a little off. I'd like to be able to
Did I
just.
interrupt you, Amanda?
There was an interruption. I'm not sure who got interrupted, but yeah, there was. But you're the chair, so you're leading the meeting. So I defer. I'll go ahead and talk. So what I wanted to make a note of was John said that he's willing to take it back to the woodshed and see what he can do closer to a 6%.
Under 6%.
Under 6%. Wow. Okay, here we go. Under 6% increase in our property tax rate. And even if we cut 1.5% off all departments, it would be over that. It would be 6.7% increase. So the appeal, like John's offer, is awesome and a testament to great leadership, working among departments, working with the select board. In terms of your motion, somehow we got to, where we're at right now with something that seems quite really appealing and really affordable and adjustable, and hopefully RTM or Open Town Meeting or whatever would go for it.
I am happy to try this path, if John's willing, which it sounds like.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so in terms of our motion, well, I'll defer to Chair for that.
So I'd do my best to do this tomorrow so that you could talk about it on Tuesday. But I'm not sure I can guarantee that I can pull this together for next Tuesday.
Do we want to move our meeting to Thursday?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest
I think that
if
would
we're
give-
even hoping for anything, any sort of rubber to hit the road, I would suggest that we pull our calendars out and allow our town staff
I think
this
so.
painstaking.
I heard John very quietly say next Tuesday.
Like the
a week delay instead of just
the 27th.
Thursday. I'll have to look.
You were talking about this Tuesday, right? He's
But-
talking about this
Yeah,
Tuesday.
but is that fair, John?
I think it'll be hard.
No,
Well, then-
I'm sorry. I thought I heard you say you could do it by Thursday, but definitely by the following Tuesday, as in a week from Tuesday. Is that?
Well, we need to hear from John, preferably next week, so that we can have a final vote on the 27th.
If you're comfortable with that, John.
I will do my best.
So Thursday of next week?
Is everyone available on the 22nd instead of the 20th? That's a Thursday, a week from
I'll make it happen.
today.
Sure.
I'm sure I am.
So the 22nd.
22nd. Isaac?
I have a work meeting that night, but I'll just skip it.
Do you want us to move it to 7, as we did this evening?
The meeting is from 6:30 to 7:30, but I'll skip it, or I'll ask them to reschedule it.
That would be helpful. Thank you very much.
Does that work?
We'll make it work.
You'll make it work.
All right.
Thank you.
Would Wednesday be better?
Want to make sure we leave John Thursday.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of pulling it back 24 hours.
I think we need to make this work for,
All right.
whatever works for the town.
Okay, good. So the 22nd at 6:15?
And this is replacing our Tuesday meeting.
It's replacing our Tuesday meeting.
Okay. I'm happy with where we have gotten. I appreciate, John, you being willing to try this on.
So I'm wondering, for the sake of order,
Yes.
Madam Chair, do we need a table of the motion until we hear back from John?
No. I think all we needed was to give John guidance. If Oscar's amenable to rescinding his motion, we've given him the guidance and we can go forward.
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Great.
I'll rescind it.
Great. Now, there are these bag discussions and compost discussions. Do we want to have them?
I think we should.
Yeah. Do you need to go to the bathroom?
I really do.
All right.
But you need to keep talking. I'll be right back.
So we have one issue. I think I forgot that we have site visits for next Tuesday. Those have been posted 30 days out. We should probably do those.
Can we do the site visit and then have the meeting on Thursday?
I will have to check whether we posted the public. I think we posted the public hearing for
So
that
we
same
might need
day.
to have an hour on Tuesday.
We could do an hour on
okay.
Tuesday.
So we could just do the site meeting.
Do the site visits,
site
do
meeting,
the
and
public
maybe the
hearing,
public hearing, and then
do the rest
do the
on.
budget on Thursday.
Thursday.
Thank you, John.
That works for me.
Thank you, Dan.
We are back to where I thought we were at 7, which is eliminate new compost program. Does anyone want to advocate for that?
I wonder if John will bring that back at our next Thursday. I just have a sneaky feeling, so I'm not sure how much we really need to discuss it right now. I mean, that I'm not leading the meeting.
I will, in transparency, I mean, we would have to look at that one. Yep.
Yeah, for the dollar amount,
Yep.
for staffing positions, for et cetera, et cetera.
Now, and then what about the bags?
I have a motion
Okay.
that I wanted to make.
But
And
is it on
we should
this, is it on the
probably wait.
budget
We should
or on
wait
the
for-
next item?
What's that? Oh, is that on the next?
So this is really a discussion of, I assume what Peter's going to discuss is some sort of permutation of all the different bag items on the
mashup
list.
Okay, right, because we have this in the budget section, and then we also have the reconsider thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So why don't we just take a break until Isaac comes back, because that's a matter of particular concern to him. When we left, Peter was about to talk about the bags, and I didn't want him to have that conversation without Isaac because it's near and dear to him. So, Peter, you have the floor.
All right, so I'm just clear. So my motion is basically going to be pointed at the price of bags, and this is the appropriate time to bring that up. Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
is that? am I
Yes, it is.
understanding that? Okay, so.
Or we could wait till midnight, so let's do it now.
Well, are you moving on to this item?
No, this is on this list item. The overall price of the bag,
Right, yeah,
Okay.
that's what I'm talking
not
about.
the subsidy thing.
not the subsidy.
Right,
The
got it.
overall
Okay.
price of the bag.
So, well, I mean, so this would, you know, I'll make the motion, then I can talk to it, all right. So I move to decrease the cost of the pay-as-you-throw bags to $3.50 for the yellow bags and $4.50 for the purple bags. And that is to sort of supersede the other motion that Isaac and I kind of championed in the last time, lowering the price overall, making it all more affordable, and you know, also listening to everybody who kind of just said like the cost of these pay-as-you-throw bags are through the roof. They're like the most expensive in the nation. Jokes about them becoming street currency, and you know, those sorts of things. So it's with that I'm sort of found a little bit of a compromise. I had a chance to confer a little bit and sort it out, and it literally will have a small impact to the budget. You know, I think to each taxpayer of I think about $2 per 100,000. So like, you know, if you have 200 per year. So
can I ask you a little bit about that?
Do my best.
So what we have is the price of bags, and as the price goes up, usage goes down.
Right.
So you're saying it's sort of a wash, and I'm sure we can interrogate Pete and he'll tell us, but you're reducing the price of the bags will ensure that more bags are used.
Well, that is definitely a side thing that I'm hoping that, you know, that it will be a little bit of an increase. I had a few more conversations with people, and some of the anecdotal stuff that you brought up and that I had sort of heard, some of it was confirmed. So some people are, in fact, buying bags now so as not to pay the exorbitant rate when they do finally go up. But I think it would mitigate that. It would get people more used to a more reasonable increase. And most of the people that I talked to understood that since 2015, right? Pay as you throw? Is that?
I think it's about 10 or 11 years. Yeah.
Yeah. So that the price of the bags had not gone up. So they thought some increase was reasonable. What we were proposing was unreasonable. And then to further add more onto it to help subsidize those. So I'm hoping that what this does is keep usage of those bags the same, and also make it more equitable for those that have to buy it.
Great. So just in terms of context, you know, it's like at our first blush with the solid waste contract, Casella wanted us to buy these carts with the arms, and nobody liked that. And a lot of people were rallying for keeping the pay-as-you-throw. And I just want to remind everybody that when the pay-as-you-throw was enacted and Brattleboro was leading the state in this effort, the goal was that the cost of the bags was to be an incentive to use less and therefore to recycle and to compost. And I don't want the isolation of this topic to eliminate the common three-pronged need. So I just want to make sure that that's out there, that there's both an equity and a sustainability aspect to
If
this.
I could take a moment to sort of tell, you know, the story of when pay-as-you-throw was proposed in the town. I was vehemently against it, but not fully understanding things like tipping fees and haulage and how it all got collected. Later came around, actually was one of the first people on the pilot program for curbside compost. And, seeing how all three of those streams worked together, keeping that sort of wet, heavy garbage out of the pay-as-you-throw bags, and recycling in recycling bins and not in plastic bags. So, yes, there's a three-pronged approach. I mean, if we were to lose composting, then I have a feeling that our tipping fees will go up. We'll end up paying one way or the other, but I'm hoping that by making the cost of the bags a little bit more fair and equitable, though, that should even composting go away and we figure out some different way to dispose of it, that we're able to still do that and understand that we're still paying a little bit for bags and not having to put it all in there. So,
Great. What do my colleagues think?
Yeah.
Isaac?
Oh, actually, I'd like to pipe in. What percentage, so from our original bag amounts, what percentage are you now at? So you talked about a price change, but what does that look like percentage-wise from the revenue estimates that are in the budget?
Why don't we ask that question of Pete Lynch?
Okay, that's great. Yeah.
Thank you, Peter.
And also, I just want to urge, because of the late hour, if we can suspend our compost discussion for when we meet again and just really get this bag thing done. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're all in agreement on that, Amanda.
Okay.
Good evening. I believe your question was, what is the percentage increase per bag, for each bag?
Well, we had, so there's a couple draft things we had in our budget, options we could choose, and I'm wondering what percentage with the lower rate shifts it to the taxpayer versus the purchaser.
So the bag costs themselves, it's a 75% increase for the yellow bags, and it's a 50% increase for the purple bags. The break-even price on yellow bags it doesn't quite get us to the break-even point. It's pretty close on purple. In our original conversations, it was how do we take both the trash pickup and the disposal costs and spread that out into bags. And so the break-even point was about $410,000 and in year one, and it would go up in years 2 and 3. Right now, you're at about a $36,000 reduction. That $36 would be bared by the taxpayer. The remainder of that, to get us to that $410,000, would be from user bag fees.
Got it. Okay. Yeah.
Excuse me?
I think the question was is that with the new numbers or the old numbers, what you just quoted, for taxpayer share versus purchase?
That's with the current numbers. If you adopted the $350 for yellow bags and $450 for purple bags, the users of the system would bear all but $36,000 of the costs for both pickup and for disposal in year number one. Now, that's different in year 2. Based on the contract, that will be different in years 2 and 3. But in year 1, it would be a $36,000 difference.
Great. Any other questions for Pete? Well, we got him here.
You have a question? Yeah, so we have some things on here. Limit bag increase to 50% would be 3 and whatever.
3 and 450.
Yeah. 3 and
350 and 450.
Yep. Right. I'm trying to, so the tax impact of this feels like it would be in the 175K range?
153.
153. Okay.
Yes.
Which is about
That's true.
3/4 of a point.
Yeah.
Very estimated on the tax rate. Okay. No further questions for Pete. Thank you.
That answered my question.
Anyone else? Thank you, Pete.
Thanks.
Any more discussion from the board before we open it up to the public?
Oh, just that it's a hard pill to swallow.
Well, also, so let me
Yeah.
just back up and say, like, one of the mechanisms that sort of factored into this thing for me was that the original proposal collected money and would have to be somehow distributed to those who needed it.
Well, now
and-
you're talking about the second item.
Right, but this is, so,
You're
but.
merging them.
Yeah, so, but this is the thing I'm hoping that we settle on, based on my logic, happy to be talked out of it, but, and that this is the plan that we go forward with. There's no mechanism that has this, it's just a more fair and equitable pricing for everybody.
I like the simplicity of it. I just mean going from the status quo and putting another 175K in the budget as we're asking John to go. It's just, it's tough. It's hard to contemplate.
John, do you?
I'm seeing Pete shake his head out there. Are we getting the numbers wrong?
Or sorry, 153. That's what you said.
Yeah, 154.
Is that? So what I'm saying is that it sounds like to change from right now, which is 675 and whatever the other one is, even without the subsidies, we would need to put another 153K in the budget to make up the revenue gap, which sounds tough. Unless I'd love to be getting it wrong.
Yeah, go ahead.
I support this. I think that it's.
Well, that's enough. No, I'm kidding, go ahead.
Amanda may need some convincing here. So
You're finished with your comments? You don't have any more to me?
no, I was in the middle.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
I'll try to.
No, you're good.
We were looking at a 225% increase in the cost of bags. That's a lot. This seems much more reasonable, and we do need to be thinking about affordability, not just when it comes time for paying taxes, but when you go to the grocery store too. Thanks.
No. Extending on to words you've heard me talk about, and that's nuisance fees. I do still put a pay-as-you-throw thing as a nuisance fee. It's not. It's not a fee that I would normally pay, but I understand the environmental impact of this fee. That's what brings me the peace on this is knowing that we are leading as far as reducing our waste stream. So that's also like a big part for me as well.
Oscar?
No, I applaud the idea. The reason I'm okay with pay as you throw in a way that I'm not with most other fees is just because, like you said, this is a big jump, but to some degree, this is the intent of the system. I would feel very differently if we end up getting rid of compost, for example, because there's one of my avenues to save money just got taken away. So it's sort of an interlocking system that's hard to talk about. I mean, at this stage in the budget process, I kind of just want to keep it and not add 153K puzzle piece to the mix right now. But it's 11, so it's not a strong opinion.
Amanda?
Yeah, thank you. I need just a review. The purple bags would cost
The purple bags, as I lay it out here, would be $4.50.
$4.50, and the yellow bags would be
$3.50, which is an increase, but would keep that dollar separation between them that was there before. Right?
Okay.
2 and 3.
Okay. So my concern is that we are engaging in a solid waste contract. We are moving towards it. That is a lot more expensive than our old one was. And the idea of the pay-as-you-throw was going to compensate for some of that added expense, including the 4.5 annual increase that is public information as part of the contract. So I'm sort of, I think, kind of leaning towards Oscar when it comes to the budget, like, should we increase them nominally, not as much as that earlier vote of like $6.90, but how about a purple bag at $5 and a yellow bag at $4? Solid numbers that might carry us into when we see an annual increase from our the solid waste contract I don't want to go with. But so that's kind of like, could we enrich it a little bit to help the revenue stream? But not as high as we had it.
Let me, this is one of the things, and I feel like I'm getting the cart way before the horse, and this is a conversation that I've had with John before as well, and that is sort of, and to Dick's point, when he brought up earlier that the 3 board members didn't give John clear direction as to what the budget needed to be. Yeah, I not just the 3, but, he singled you guys out. And I think as a board that we need to do that moving into the next thing, set that expectation right up front and try to do it. But to your point, Amanda, I think that things go up, right? They just do. So if we start off here and then incrementally step it up over the next few years, because all these contracts are going to go up. Maybe we raise it a quarter, maybe we raise it 50 cents to round it off. I don't know what that is. But that was also something I had given thought. But just for the simplicity of this and this conversation tonight, this is sort of where I landed.
Yeah. Let me just ask Pete again, what would the break-even bag cost be?
Amanda's price was pretty close, $4 and $5. You'd be, for year number 1, FY27, as compared, we'd be about 400, 416, somewhere in there, and that's where we are spending. That's what we're spending on both curbside pickup and disposal. So that the option that Amanda was just talking about, which was $4 and $5, would still have a net revenue impact of $107,000, $50,000 less than the option that we just talked about. But it would break even in terms of meeting the amount of money that we were spending on both curbside pickup and disposal of trash.
So it would still have a $107,000 impact on our budget?
As compared to 153.
150. Oscar?
Just flagging one thing I forgot, which is that this revenue's all pretty relatively speculative, and I think, I'm a little worried that the prices going up is going to lead to fewer sales than we think already, and we may not get what we're expecting. I gotta say, my instinct is to hold the line here and then in a year look at it again. But
I'm sorry.
I won't be sad if it goes the other way. I'm nervous about this one.
I'm just thinking, it's hard to go the other way.
Yeah,
and
impossible.
And if we started with 350 and 450 and it didn't pan out, then lo and behold, next year we could have $4 and $5.
But in the meantime, I guess there's no reason to think it wouldn't pan out. We just have to put more money in the budget now. I guess it's not.
So I'm a retailer like you, Peter. We both sell stuff. Right. I sell plants, I sell food, I sell syrup.
I'd love to sell syrup.
We should talk. And I'm a consumer. Let's go for a solid dollar amount. Let's not do the change.
So if you were a retailer, you were a true retailer. the price would be
$3.99.
$3.99. So,
Plus a 10% sales tax because
hang on,
it's the state of Vermont
I think
and the
Feds
town
got
of
rid the
Brattleboro.
penny, so $3.95.
So I mean, I'm all for solid numbers, but I'm a simple thinker that way.
What if would you be,
$3.95?
can I get a 385? Can we split the difference, go 375 and 475? I just want to be conscious that we do need in the next budget process to look at this and raise that price again. I think that is something that, to be responsible about how costs go up, that we need to do that, but I don't want the jump to kind of continue to choke people.
Yeah, I think that's smart thinking. I think that's strategic thinking for the future. And as long as we acknowledge that that's likely going to happen next year.
Isaac had a comment?
Just that's consistent with what you were saying about the human resources budget. Like, you would think we need to curb back, but it was a little drastic what had been proposed at the last meeting. And so I support what you're getting at.
Thank you.
Oscar?
Just a question, are we worried at all about those prices being close enough that nobody's going to buy the yellow bags?
I only use
do we
yellow
want,
bags.
even if it's only $1? Okay. I'm curious.
I mean, that's what they are now. It's the separation is $1 now.
No, I know, but it's the ratio is different. Like, it's just a thought. It's not an urgent one.
Okay.
So, Peter, have you agreed to the price in your motion to be $3.75 and $4.75?
Well, I mean, I'm good if I think that
that'll
sits
work.
okay with everybody.
All
You know, I think Isaac's okay with it. I'm
All
okay
right.
with it.
All right. So we have a motion. We've heard from Pete. Pete, thank you very much. Let's hear from the public.
Could we quickly hear what the budget impact of 375, 475 would be? If you,
we'll need a calculator to figure that one out.
Okay.
But I think you can gather that it's somewhere between
100K.
100 and 150.
Great.
And it's probably right smack in the middle of that.
Excellent.
My
Then we will let you
math
off the hook for that.
If I could say one thing, though, Madam Chair. So we're talking about, what is the price reduction from the 500,000 that we're at now? And the other night I asked Oscar if he would be willing to table the discussion on reducing that revenue line by 10%. It was a conversation that we were going to get into, and I was hoping to have this conversation first. And so while we're talking about an impact on the budget of maybe up to 153,000, although it sounds like it may be a little different, realistically it might not be 153,000 if you felt like the projections were 10% less.
Sure. Okay.
Nice thought, thank you. Okay, Gemma?
Gemma Seymour, District 8. I would just like to point out that the bags, as they currently are 15 gallon and 32 gallon. So the purple bags are more than double the size of the yellow bags. I am a person who lives alone and is very conscientious about my trash recycling and composting and what I buy and what ends up in there. So the truth of the matter is really almost no matter how much you raise these prices, it's going to have not that much impact on me as an individual, but it's going to have a whole lot more impact on people who have families. I would like to suggest that the Select Board should limit the price increase in this first year to only 60%, which would be $3.20 for the smaller bags and $4.80 for the larger bags. And rather than trying to institute some sort of program by which we collect a certain amount of money from the sale of those bags and then offer that as a subsidy to lower income people, I think there's a very big danger in any kind of means-tested program where the people who really need that help the most are not going to be eligible for it. They're not going to turn up for it. So I would really like the Select Board to consider instead a program whereby, say, one free bag a month was available to each household in the town. That obviously creates some burden on town staff in keeping track of this, but then so would offering a subsidy to lower income households. And I think it would actually be much less work for town staff to do it that way, because then there doesn't have to be any determination of who is eligible and who isn't. And no one has to worry about, do I have to justify myself to the town? Thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
I just for point of clarification, in my proposal, Jim, I wasn't proposing a subsidy at all.
It has been part of the agenda packet.
Yeah, we
Correct.
haven't gotten to that
But
yet.
no, but my proposal would not include a subsidy. It just would include, I feel, fairer pricing.
Thank you, Peter. That was my question, was whether or not this would remove the need for the town to be responsible for creating some kind of program. So I would opt to keep the town employees away from having to do anything, including a free bag or anything like that. I just want, they have enough to do than doing that. And Heidi, you asked me to ask, when was the last time the price was raised? Did somebody say 2015 earlier?
It's never been raised.
It's never been raised.
Never
Right.
been raised.
Okay. Is that your answer? Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone online? Are we ready for a vote?
Yes.
I just had a question. Peter, what did you think about what Gemma was suggesting about having it go to 320 and 480 to have it be a 60% increase for both?
So that it's more
Well, it's
proportional?
already proposed at 475.
Oh,
so
okay.
that's- yeah.
470, 350 and 375.
375 and
375 and
475.
475. I mean, this
Yeah.
number's a little off, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amanda, did I hear you have a comment?
No, I think fair pricing is what I'm getting from Peter's motion. Consistent pricing. And let's go with that, with the opportunity to increase them over time as the curbside solid waste contract is intending to go up
Yeah,
4.5% every year. So I think that, the idea of getting some revenue in order to cover the cost of that program is essential for our town budget.
Okay.
And are we, I assume we are not putting John on the hook for this 150K when he's trying to bring us a number under 6?
I think that is very kind of you to make that exclusion for him.
I mean, I think.
Well, wait a minute, I'm subsidizing this and you're going.
Excuse me?
Well, excuse me.
No, but if you want to say something, you raise your hand.
Raise your hand.
Okay, I'll raise my hand.
Oscar's in the middle of making a motion, making a comment. The select board is commenting now, and then you're free to make your comment. So are there any other select board members who would like to comment before we vote? I'll make an exception and go back to the public to hear Mr. DeGray's comment.
You know, when this all first started, the work went into this to make the users pay for the system and get this off of the non-users back. And guess what? It's shifting back to the non-users of the system, and nobody's up there advocating for the non-users of the system who have been subsidizing this forever and a day. That's what I want to say.
Can I point of clarification? I don't know that I'm hearing him correctly. I keep hearing 9 users. Are you saying non-users?
Non-users that don't get it.
So I happen to be both, right? I have a retail store downtown that I have to pay for my garbage removal, and I also have curb. So I do speak from both sides. I just wanted to make sure that that's what you were talking about.
Okay, so, yes, Gemma?
I just wanted to offer a clarification and say that one of the things that I was trying to emphasize there is that I think the price increase should be equal for both bags, not to have the smaller bags increase by a much larger percentage than the larger bags. That's why I was saying 60% for both, which would actually make the larger bags more expensive than what was proposed, would make the smaller bags slightly less expensive. The larger bags being more than double the size, they're still going to be the choice for most people. But if you raise the price of the smaller bags by a much larger percentage, that's really going to impact the people who really only need the small bags. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hang on. Wait a minute. I got this, Chief.
Okay. I sense a change in Peter's motion.
Well, no, I just want to take the temperature on this. So, to Gemma's point, I think.
You want to make it 350 and 5?
Huh? No, I think.
I think we were trying to stay under 5.
Yeah. No, good point.
320 and
so. How about something like maybe along the lines of 3 1/4 and 475, or my original proposal of 350 and 475.
I think what you just mentioned with the 325 and 475, that actually bridges the gap between the proposal of the concerns that I had brought with my proposal of having subsidized bags and what Gemma's, and I think there was a desire, has been a desire to have it be, they increase the 2 bags roughly proportionally. Mm-hmm. And this is kind of rounding off, makes it easier for the benefit of folks who are using smaller bags. That's fine with me. I would wish I had, we're just trying something here.
Pete, do you want to weigh in on the budget impact of those 2 numbers, or do you wish I didn't call on you?
I think we can simplify this. We can really simplify this, and we have to remind ourselves that this is a revenue source, and we have to capitalize on the revenue because we are struggling with our budgeting, and so really, really consider that. It's got everything you need. It has reducing the waste stream because people will be diverting their materials. I've heard anecdotally people using 1 yellow bag per month, like a couple. And so I think we don't keep going lower. We make a stable price. Maybe we don't have to increase it next year. We go for 4 and we go for 5. And I'm seeing our town manager nod. Keep it simple, 4 and 5. And let's just eat it and take the heat for it and do it.
I shouldn't have said anything.
Peter? Keep it simple.
Then you're doubling the price of bags.
Right.
Well, but we almost tripled them. Remember? We almost made it to 6. We almost made it $6.90.
Right.
For the big bags. That was our last meeting about this.
It was a lot. Okay.
5 is very different from $6.90.
There's my best and final. I'm going to write it on a piece of paper and slide it across the table. I think what I want to do is I want to go back to 350 and 475, and I think that's equitable.
Great.
Okay.
And that gives us room for growth.
Excellent.
Peter's made a motion to change the pricing of the pay-as-you-throw bags to, what was it?
$6 and $7.
Yeah.
No.
To 350 for the yellow bags and 475 for the purple bags.
350 for the yellow and 475 for the purple. All select board members in favor of this motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All select board members not in favor, please raise your hand and say no.
Nay.
Okay, so that's 4-1, and that has passed. And are we finished with the budget review portion of our meeting?
I think so.
Well, hang on.
Isaac, do
I'm
you
not
have
convinced.
something you'd like to say?
I'd like to get clarity on what we're directing the town manager to do, because I was very clear up until that discussion, and then you made a comment, Oscar, that sounded like you might be backtracking a little bit. And so I wanted around your expectations, and I think it would be easier for us to just be really clear on what the expectations are as a group.
Sure. My comment was that we asked John to get it below 6, and then we added in 150,000. And I guess the question that I'm happy to pose to the board is, do we want John to find another 150,000 elsewhere in the town budget to make up this? Or do we want to say, get it under 6% with $150,000 cushion for what we just put in?
Well, I think that that's a very generous offer, because I think that there's no guarantee that John is going to be able to find these savings. And so when we asked that of him and he accepted it at like 10:20, and then we changed it at 11:20, I think it's only fair to him that we follow your direction on that.
That's my thought.
Okay.
How do we have another head nod to that?
Yeah.
Amanda?
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
We got enough head nods.
You have clarity.
Nodding heads.
All right. Now let's move on
Hair
to the very interesting issue of select board reconsideration. Amanda, this is your baby. You want to put your book away?
I did.
Oh,
Here.
I'm ready to go. I got it. I gotcha.
Okay. Here's the thing. Isaac, you made the original motion. So you read that motion. And then,
we're talking about the subsidy?
Can I ask a point of order
So
question?
I brought it up to be reconsidered.
You brought it up to be reconsidered.
Peter's motion
Yeah.
does not take care of that, and the question
That's
is
my
not moved.
question. Is
Yeah,
it possible?
it does.
Okay.
I believe, but I think we have to go through this process because Amanda requested it, and we have to discuss what the original motion was, and hear from people as to why they wanted to rescind it, and then if we adhere to what Peter just moved and we all agreed to, then we would all vote to rescind the action that took place on November 18th.
Okay. This sounds like something we could do pretty briskly.
It does, doesn't it? So, Amanda, you read this first.
Nope. Sorry.
Is there a motion that
interrupt?
Yeah.
I talked to Bob about this, and so
okay.
Amanda made the motion to reconsider, and you guys approved that. So you're back here, and it's as if you were in that meeting that you were in before, right? So, Isaac.
That would break the record for
I was younger then.
Isaac made a motion at that time, and the proper way to do it would be for you to remake that motion and have the board vote on it. So
Okay, so.
it's in
So the motion was for the,
But I can't rescind the motion.
you cannot.
You can
I can speak against it. If I want to.
No, you can't.
You need to make the
Just make the motion and then
again.
vote, and then have the vote.
And then we have a discussion.
We'll vote it down. No, we're going to go right to the vote. I call the question.
I move to approve an increase from $2. This is really what I'm doing after I just voted for something else.
Because we got to get rid of it.
Yeah.
We have to have some
Dr.
comedy
Robert,
at the
there's
end.
rules.
I move to approve an increase from $2 to $4.60 for yellow bags and $3 to $6.90 for purple bags, with the transition to take place during January 2026, and to designate 10 cents of each yellow bag sale and 15 cents of each purple bag sale to a dedicated fund for a staff-developed program that will subsidize bag purchases by low-income residents.
I'm opposed.
I don't like it either.
okay, so let's, I can't say that.
That's awful. How could you say so?
Chair needs to say, let's vote.
Okay, so Isaac made a motion, the same one he made on November 18th, and now the select board will vote on it.
Okay.
Okay? All in favor, look, I have to read the motion again.
Yes.
Isaac moved to approve an increase from $2 to $4.60 for yellow bags and from $3 to $6.90 for purple bags, with the transition to take place during January 2026, and to designate 10% of each yellow bag sale and 15 cents of each purple bag sale to a dedicated fund for a staff-developed program that will subsidize bag purchases by low-income residents. All right. In the ease, because there's really no need, I'm not going to ask for either the select board or the public to speak. We're just going to take our vote. All select board members in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye. All select board members not in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say no.
Nay.
No.
Okay, so that's 5-0. John?
So what that means, so Isaac had originally done that as an amendment, and so it now goes back to your original motion that was on the floor from Oscar. So you could.
Oh, boy.
Yep, so you kind of have to.
All right.
I can read pretty quick.
You have to read that motion again, I think, and then you can amend it to where you guys want it to.
Do we know what the number was?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right
In
here.
the blank?
Can we hear from the dog first?
It's right here,
Oh,
but
but-
we can do what we just did, which was
I honestly.
What did we just do?
Nobody
I
should
vote for
ever
that.
do this.
I think we got 2 votes at least.
350 and 475.
Well,
Right in
okay.
front of you, there's a dog.
All right. Well, I'm going to read it, and then we'll be done.
All right, let's do it.
When's it going to take place?
Just have them read it.
Oh, it has to be the original.
Oh, it has to be the original.
Great. Thank you, John. I move to approve an increase to pay-as-you-throw bag fees from $2 to $4.50 for yellow bags and from $3 to $6.75 for purple bags, with the transition to take place during January 2026.
Okay, all select board members in favor?
No. So then, if somebody wanted to make an amendment or suggest an amendment to that motion, then you could consider the pricing that you've just
Great.
discussed.
Let's not.
You're killing me, Smalls.
Peter?
Sorry. I just wanted to do
Okay,
it
so
the way
Peter,
Bob
you
told
want to amend the motion?
Well, but
Leslie?
didn't we pass Peter's motion?
We already
Yeah,
passed his
but
motion, so
we
we
have
can
to
just
go
vote
through
that
this
that
Can't we
down.
just vote this
Exercise.
down?
Vote this
Can we
one
just
down,
vote
right?
it down?
Because Peter's motion already passed.
Yeah, so then the only thing would be when the transition were to take place. So I guess, I don't know.
When should that transition take place, being that it's January 2026 now? In March.
Effective
March.
March 1st?
All right.
Mid-March, March 15th.
The Ides of March. Beware.
Yes, certainly.
So
Okay, so Peter,
I'll amend.
you'll amend the motion.
You'll suggest an amendment.
You'll
that
suggest
Oscar
an
could-
amendment to the original motion.
All right, so
Can't.
Oscar,
Be happening.
would you be
Yeah.
open to a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay. I will. I'd like to move to decrease the cost of the pay-as-you-throw bags for the yellow bags to be.
Nope. So you should read it this way.
Getting tired of you, Potter.
Sorry. 350 and 470, yeah. So just say in March.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a little bit different.
No, it's fine. I get it. Okay. All right. All right. So the friendly amendment to improve a increase to the pay-as-you-throw bags from $2 to $3.50 for the yellow bags, and from $3 to $4.75 for the purple bag, with the transition to take place March 15th, 2026.
I accept.
Great. All those in favor of Peter's friendly motion to Oscar's original motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 And that's 5-0. And I will take one more motion this evening.
I'll adjourn. To motion to
All right,
adjourn.
Peter's moved to adjourn. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 5-0. Thank you, Seth. Thank you to our
Way before
our
Friday.
guests, and thank you to staff and BCTV.